NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Welcome back. You're watching the 11th season launch of the NDTV Detol Banega Swasth India campaign. Now, in an era where global health challenges are more interconnected than ever, India stands at the forefront of developing local solutions with global impact. From groundbreaking research to policy innovations, we'll explore how the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family, is guiding India's approach to health and well-being. Joining us for this hour, an extraordinary panel of experts and leaders. So to begin with, we have with us Kareena Kapoor Khan, Regional Marketing Director, Health South Asia Reckitt. And together, we're going to be talking about the latest developments.
So Kareena, my question is to you.
Yeah.
You work across South Asia. Can you just tell us that about Reckitt's local approach, how does it touch globally and how does it resonate with One World Health?
Absolutely. I'll actually talk about it in two parts, right? One is the global and local question that you had. So our brands are global. Dettol, Harpic, Durex, Lysol, they're available everywhere. We work very, very hard on them to ensure that we innovate them for the local audiences. Secondly, behavior change, which is at the core of a mission like Banega Swasth India. We believe that starts locally. So whether it is incorporating local tales, music, we teach people through that because that's how culture is what sticks, and therefore locally we change habits like that. But once that actually went global, so we did a Dettol Global Hand Washing Challenge where with music on social media, we did a series of 6-7 steps and dances, and many people participated, and we got 50 billion views on it. And that was really taking the power of social media and taking a good habit global.
I think habits, again, we keep going back to that very important point, habits, behavior change. Well, I would like to introduce our very special guest. We're delighted to have her with us today, Padma Shri awardee and versatile actor Raveena Tandon. Besides your, the films, you have been, you've been doing, you have the passion for so many social issues. And the recent one, you wear so many hats, and you recently represented the Women Empowerment Wing at the G20. Now, we know there's a clear connect, link between women's health and also how it affects the economy of the country. How important is it, and how do you think, how can we even take this further ahead? Celebrating 10 years of Swachh Bharat Mission, you've also been a national ambassador for that.
See, honestly, I think it is absolutely, integrated, because if a woman is educated, if the girl child is educated, she is more conscious of the choices that she has. She is more informed of the health benefits of different kind of ways, whether it is she leads into, adulthood, goes into pregnancy, lactation, nutrition, nourishment, nurturing. So according to me, a woman basically is a nurturer, right? So empowering the girl child is very, very connected with the informed choices that she makes later for her health benefits and her family's entire protection, safety, health, security. So I think it is absolutely necessary that the basic kind of education, basic kind of information that is very important for a girl child to carry forward into her life. And this has actually been a UNICEF study where they have statistically believed, and obviously it is something that has come about in all these years, that progress has been made with the efforts that our governments have tried to bring about the girl child in an equal balance, to get the equality, to get a certain amount of balance between our genders, is to educate the girl child. And when these girls are educated, it has been found in studies that they automatically, a certain section of educated girls are leading healthier and more productive lives than the girls who are not informed.
Now we have Ravi with us again. ਅੱਜ ਤੱਕ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਿੰਦੀ ਤੇ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ 'ਚ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ.
Sure.
So before you all get into too much of the Punjabi, though, I would love to join in that Punjabi conversation. Let's not give it away, Ayushman.
Hanji.
I would like to call up on stage Komal Goswami, Chief of Party Plan International, and Naveen Narale, Chief Web Officer and Global Delivery Head, Your Technology. So now for the first time on Banega Swasth India, we present to you the hygiene bot. Ayushman, how cool is that? You're asking Ravi in Punjabi. Well, this hygiene bot is pretty cool because it has a lot of languages.
Absolutely.
So I am going to give it to you. I think if you could just tell us, Komal, features of the hygiene bot. What was the thought behind this?
Sure. So, Amika, I think Ayushman and I launched the Hygia game on 15th of August.
Yes.
So this is an extension of that particular game. So when we got a lot of traction, there were thousands of downloads for Hygia game, we realized that there's a two-way communication that children need for nowadays. So we developed this AI-based WhatsApp bot, which provides a safe space for children to have their questions, to answer what is related to hygiene, menstrual hygiene, management, sanitation. And so that's why the idea came from developing this Hygia bot. This is there in 7 languages. It's there in English, Hindi, Tamil, Kannada, Telugu, Gujarati, and Odia. So we are trying to cover 100% of kids across India through this bot. Yeah.
Hi Naveen. Hi. Tell us about some features, that how is it like child friendly? कैसे बच्चों को मजा आता है इसको देखकर? Because of course it has to be interesting and entertaining. How does it go?
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. And we have ensured that the application is simple and easy to use, ensuring that when the child onboards the application, they have a guided navigation, a guided flow. This is where we use generative AI, try to understand who the client is, or rather who the child is, and how we can create personalized learning path for them. While they go through this, they end up earning stars, as in when they complete learning milestones. And once they have completed their learning milestones, they also get a virtual badge, which obviously they can share with others. It's not text-based learning. There are videos, there are graphics, there are interactive sessions which they can go through, quizzes, and also ensuring that there are graphics like emojis, etc., to keep them engaged.
ये सब बनाने के लिए खुद बच्चा बनना पड़ता होगा, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Has to be.
Thank you so much, Naveen. Thank you so much, Komal, for joining us. Thank you.
So much.
Thank you so much. In fact, so a hygiene bot is going to answer all your questions on hygiene, and now a website that will answer all your questions about Banega Swasth India. Obviously now it is the second decade, so which means we also have a renewed determination. So I would like to call upon on stage Mr. Gaurav Jain and Mr. Sanjay Pugalia to please come up. Okay, so we are going to go to these hands, Mr. Pugalia. Yeah.
This side?
Yeah. So come, Mr. Pugalia and yeah. So we have Mr. Pugalia and Mr. Gaurav. And
So let's go that side.
Ravi and Ayush, if you could please go and put your hands on the other side. So we are relaunching the Banega Swasth India website. For the past, so we have launched the, you're going to be seeing it very soon. big round of applause as we launch the second decade of the Banega Swasth India campaign. So it's going to be much easier to find everything more colorful, more bright. So we've renewed the website again, relaunched kiya hai.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome back. Over the last 10 years, we have had influencers, people from all walks of life, lending their voice to this campaign. And as we begin a new decade, there is a very special guest right here. She's a singer, she is a banker and a social activist. Amrita Fadnavis, thank you so much and welcome to NDTV's campaign, Banega Swasth India. just few days back, you and Aishman were seen together cleaning up the beach. So, environment has been very close to your heart, and it's been one of those causes that has meant you walking an extra mile. When we talk about sustainability, environment, and the role of women in particular, how do you think all these merge?
A very good afternoon to all of you. Hello, and as you said, we've been together at the beach cleanup. I feel that since today's Gandhi Jayanti, let's go back to our basics. And our basics are simple living, high thinking. So I think if we have to think about sustainability, it is about minimalism. It is about going in tandem with our environment. There are many things which we as individuals or women, we can look into in our societies so that it can bring about a positive change. Let's start with a small act like carrying not carrying plastic bags, but carrying cloth bags for any work we go out and do. Then just walking a little bit rather than taking our vehicles out. Most importantly, using public transport. If we use public transport, it helps us in emitting 33% less emissions compared to passenger miles. And that helps us to reduce carbon footprints and also improve the quality of environment. There are many other things which we can do as households. We can conserve water. 1.2 billion people today are not able to have good drinking water, good quality drinking water. Just by taking care of those leakages and those taps running, we can save up to 50% of this water asset. Then wherever, like in Mumbai or places where there are heavy rains, good rainfall, we can opt for rainwater harvesting, which is a great way to save fresh water, and we can also recycle water wherever possible. In our societies, we can have solar panels, wherein solar energy, as they say, by 2030 can give 30% of the energy requirement. So these are very important steps which we can take care of. We can avoid plastic. 8 million tons of plastic is there in the sea. So at least avoid one-use plastic. That can be avoided.
Talking about key messaging and storytelling, we are thrilled to announce the launch of the Banega Swasth India Muppets. Joining us now is Sonali Khan, Managing Director of the Sesame Workshop in India. How are you, ma'am?
Fine, thank you. Such a pleasure to be here this afternoon.
Of course. And I have a question for you. How the charm of these characters, how do you use humor and all these things to educate children about hand washing, basic thing like hand washing?
Actually, humor and fun. There's nothing as sticky as storytelling when it puts a smile on a child's face. We talk of core values like responsibility, accountability, honesty, but one of the core values that Sesame believes is in having fun and putting a smile on a child's face. The storytelling we do actually engages the child, makes them feel very happy, relaxed, and then they start understanding the message. If you talk down to a child, you scold a child, most likely they're not going to agree with you, even if they're not their head because they're scared of you. But when you go away, they'll just do what they please. So the idea of including fun, making Muppets that the child relates to, will actually bring about the behavior change that we have been talking since morning about. So it's one thing to create awareness. There's another thing to give awards and say, hey, you've done a good job, provide soap, provide a hand wash station, but it's another thing to make hand wash sustainable. So if a child feels that, this is his or her thing to do because his or her favorite Muppet is talking to her, engaging her or him, they're surely going to do it. It's such a proud moment for Sesame and Reckitt and all of us to actually bring these Muppets to you. And I hope that they will inculcate behaviors that we really want to see.
Ayushman, if you could launch this book, if you could all stand up. The new comic book, if you could please open it and come on, please.
So it says, KK se nahi ghabrana. So we'll know about KK in just a bit.
Yes. We're not revealing everything. I think that's extremely important.
KK se nahi ghabrana, ab safai hoga. Hogi rozana. So we have to wait and see.
Swachh toilet hoga hamara.
Very first Banega Swasth India Muppets, and to get them warmed up and off the blocks, we have our old friends Elmo and Chunky also joining them.
हेलो और स्वागत। अर्ज है, आज होगी मस्ती और बनेगी ये सुबह रंगीन। आज होगी मस्ती और बनेगी सुबह रंगीन क्योंकि 3 चीज़ों पर बात करना है बहुत ज़रूरी, पैथोजेंस, डायरिया और हैंड हाइजीन। और इस सब पर मेरे साथ बात करने आ रहे हैं मेरे दो रतन, एल्मो और चमकी। डिंक चिका डिंक चिका डिंक चिका डिंक चिका के भाई साहब, कौन हो आप? नाम है के कीटाणुओं का कीटाणु। सबको बीमार करता हूँ, यही है मेरा काम। और फिर शुरू होती है पार्टी हमारी सुबह शाम। थोड़ा दूर रहो, तुम आए कहाँ से हो के कीटाणु? आया नहीं हूँ, के हमेशा इनवाइट पे आता है। ओनली VIP इनवाइट। अरे VIP नहीं, VIP इनवाइट होता है। अरे VIP इनवाइट ही होता है। वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बैक्टीरिया। अरे एक कीटाणु को क्यों बुलाएगा कोई इनवाइट देकर यार? मेरे कहने का मतलब है एक्सीडेंटल इनवाइट। मैं सुबह उठने के साथ गंदे हाथों को ढूंढता हूँ और कभी ना कभी हर दिन कोई ना कोई गंदे हाथ लेके मुझे बुला ही लेता है आयुष्मान। ओके। तो फिर होती है हमारी पार्टी शुरू। अरे ये शैतान बच्चे कहाँ से आ गए? तब तक मैं अपने कीटाणुओं की टोली से मिल के आता हूँ। वैसे मैं तुम दोनों का इंतजार कर रहा था।
हम आ गए। हाँ, पर क्यों?
अरे यार, तुम्हें पता है चमकी एल्मो, हमारे देश के आजाद होने से पहले ही डिटॉल इंडिया में हमें कीटाणुओं से आजादी दिला रहा था।
वाह, सच्ची? मुझे?
हाँ, 1936 में डिटॉल लिक्विड इंडिया में बीमारियों से लड़ाई लड़ने आ गया था।
एक मिनट आयुष्मान, तुम्हारी तरह ये सब हमारी खास दोस्त को भी पता है।
खास दोस्त?
हाँ, हमारा खास मैजिशियन दोस्त। नीला जादूगर है मेरा नाम और मैं फैलाता हूँ बीमारियां फैलाने वालों का करता हूँ काम तमाम। और आयुष्मान 1980 में आया डेटॉल सोप बार और 1994 में आया लिक्विड हैंड वॉश और 1999 में फ्रेश सोप बार। देखा हमारे जादूगर दोस्त को सब पता है।
सही बोला नीला जादूगर, हमें खुद को बीमारियों से बचाना है और देश को स्वस्थ और स्वच्छ बनाना है।
It's time to party, फैलाओ बीमारी। It's time to party।
अरे तुम दोनों इसको जानते हो?
अरे ये सच में बहुत परेशान करता है आयुष्मान। हाँ, और ये सबको तरह की बीमारियां भी दे देता है।
It's time to party, फैलाओ बीमारी। It's time to party।
अरे नीला जादूगर, ये भी बताओ कि केके की टोली में और कौन-कौन है?
बताता हूँ। क्या आपको पता है हमारे फोन पे, बेडशीट्स, कीबोर्ड, इन सब में छिपे होते हैं केके गैंग के बैक्टीरिया। इसलिए आपको चाहिए सरफेस क्लीनर, टॉयलेट क्लीनर और हैंड सोप।
और भी कुछ बताओ नीला जादूगर।
क्या आपको पता है आपके मोबाइल फोन पर टॉयलेट सीट से भी ज्यादा कीटाणु होते हैं?
हाँ, कितनी देर से मैं ये सुनकर बोर हो गया। अब मैं भी आपको कुछ बता दूं। मेरे ऐसे वैसे कोई दोस्त नहीं, अलग अलग कीटाणु बीमारी फैलाने वाले हैं। और फिर हमारी पार्टी शुरू।
तो मिस्टर केके, अब हम देंगे हेल्थ और हाइजीन पर ध्यान सुबह शाम, तो आपका काम तमाम।
सही बोला आयुष्मान, जब दोगे ध्यान तो नहीं होगे बीमारियों से परेशान। बस केके के कुछ गैंग मेंबर से रहना सावधान।
जैसे कि
विब्रियो कोलेरे, जो आता है पानी में और खाने में, इसलिए 20 सेकंड्स तक डेटॉल साबुन और पानी से हाथ धोना है जरूरी। और फिर होता है इशरिकिया कोलाई।
ओह कोली, मेरा हमजोली, माय फेवरेट।
देखो भाई, कोली नहीं कोला है। तुम जरा चुप बैठो और दूर रहो मुझसे।
और ये इशरिकिया कोलाई होता है खराब पानी में, खराब खाने में, और कर देता है बीमार, बहुत बीमार। और फिर होते हैं बैक्टीरियाज, जैसे कि शिगेला, साल्मोनेला।
ओह साल्मोनेला, कितना हटेला। डायरिया के बिना नहीं जाने देता किसी को अकेला।
अरे भाई, कितने इसके साथी बैक्टीरिया हैं?
आयुष्मान, इसकी लिस्ट तो बहुत लंबी है, लेकिन हम सबको बस हाथ धोती चलना है और बढ़ती चलना है, तभी तो स्वास्थ्य होगा अच्छा और मिलेगी संपूर्ण स्वच्छता। और अब सूश है हमारा नारा। ओ, देखो देखो, लगता है भागने की तैयारी कर रहा है केके बेचारा। ओ नो।
अरे मेरे वीआईबी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बैक्टीरिया, कहाँ जा रहे हो तुम?
क्योंकि आज से 0% टेंशन और 0% डर। हाँ, 0% परेशानी, क्योंकि कीटाणुओं को याद आएगी उनकी नानी। तो मिलकर करते हैं सूश
नानी।
केके का तो हो गया सफाया।
सफाया तो हो गया, लेकिन याद रहे हम सब रहेंगे 100% कमिटेड टू स्वस्थ इंडिया।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I've been reporting on all issues issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी.
Well, the government says social media platforms must act and exercise due diligence. Former Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, allegedly attacked by BJP goons, claims the Aam Aadmi Party. The Delhi Chief Minister blames the BJP for the alleged assault on Arvind Kejriwal. The BJP says it's a rattled Arvind Kejriwal making false claims. Delhi chokes as netas make pollution a pole plank. Pollution spikes further, but politics sinks slower. The Delhi BJP chief claims he is hospitalized after a dip in the toxic Yamuna. In the Mahapol battle, the BJP fields 22 candidates in the second Maha list. Meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena and the Congress also released fresh list of candidates. Israel attacks Iranian military sites. Iran confirms the attack on military bases and says there was limited damage from the strikes. Reports suggest hackers linked to the Chinese government targeted the phone communications of former US President Donald Trump and the vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance. A big upset for India on home soil. New Zealand win by 113 runs in Pune. India lose the first home series since 2012.
One of the most remarkable achievements. Been a tough series, New Zealand.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story, well, the government's advisory to social media companies on the bomb threat menace. Well, this is a hoax bomb menace that has really rocked the aviation industry in India in the past few weeks. In fact, hundreds of flights, more than 200 to 300 flights actually received these hoax threats or these hoax calls. And the government has now directed social media companies to act and exercise due diligence. Because remember, it's mostly through social media platforms that these hoax bomb calls are circulated and disseminated through, which is why it's very important for social media companies to act and take stock of the situation. The government has said that, well, you have to act or be ready to face action. Take a look.
मॉनिटरिंग चल रहे हैं और उसमें विकास और आईबी दोनों मिलकर कोऑर्डिनेशन में इसकी पूरी जांच कर रही है. ये सभी तो अफवाह ही है, लेकिन एज अ सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल करके हमें उसकी जो फॉलो सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल फॉलो करना पड़ रहा है वो हम बिल्कुल फॉलो कर रहे हैं. आखिर क्योंकि जो हमारे प्रवासी है, जो नागरिक है, उनकी सुरक्षितता यह हमारे लिए बहुत अहम है और इसके लिए वो जो प्रोटोकॉल से फॉलो किए जा रहे हैं. ज़्यादातर जो मैसेजेस है, कॉल्स है, जो सोशल मीडिया पे आ रहे हैं वो तो विदेश से ज़्यादा है, लेकिन उसके ऊपर भी काम करें और जल्दी ही हमारे मिनिस्टर ने ये भी अभी कहा है कि उस पर एक जल्दी से जल्दी हम कुछ न कुछ तो उस पर कायदा बनाने की सोच रहे हैं.
We know the IT ministry a few days ago also had a meeting with intermediaries and social media platforms, because while these hoax calls are the root of all concern, the problem is also with their spread and dissemination, because it is through social media platforms that most of these messages seem to be spreading. So the government has come out with an advisory reminding the intermediaries that it is not just under IT Act of 2000 and IT rules of 2021, but it's also the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, under which they are obligated not just to disallow and stop the spread of such information, but also report these offences which are in some ways perceived to be committed by any user of their platforms. And they're saying that this would amount to any offence that is likely to threaten the unity of the country and also the economic security of the country. And if you look at the advisory, they've made it very clear that the scale of the spread of such messages has been observed to be dangerously unrestrained due to the availability of forwarding, resharing, reposting and retweeting facilities on the options on social media platforms. And that is why these hoax bomb threats, which are mostly misinformation, are massively disrupting public order, which is why they've said that intermediaries, including social media intermediaries, which include platforms, have due diligence obligation under the IT Act of 2000, also IT rules of 2021, to promptly remove such misinformation that affects public order. And in another paragraph, they also say that they have to actively make efforts to ensure that such messages do not garner any sort of momentum on their platforms. And of course, under BNS, they have to also mandatorily report such offences to the authorities.
Moving now to poll-bound Maharashtra, well, the BJP has released its second list of candidates. Remember, earlier the BJP had released 98 candidates in its first list, and now, of course, 22 candidates have been fielded in the second list. A couple of interesting constituencies here, including, of course, Akola West, which has become a battleground constituency, of course, with what happened with Yogendra Yadav. That video really went viral a couple of days ago. Also, a lot of sitting MLAs being repeated by the BJP. So that's an interesting strategy there as well. But at the same time, the BJP has also released a list of star campaigners for Maharashtra. This, of course, includes Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is going to lead the BJP's charge from the front. Also, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Chief Ministers of the BJP, newly sworn in Chief Ministers of the BJP as well. So that's interesting there. This is how the BJP has always approached state assembly elections, a sort of carpet bomb campaign strategy that has worked for the BJP in the heartland states particularly. I believe Anuj Raite is now with us live. Anuj, going across to you. So looking at the second list of the BJP, a couple of interesting candidates, a lot of sitting MLAs being repeated by the BJP. Which are some of the most important candidates in this list? Akola West has also been a pretty interesting constituency.
Well, yes. Firstly, a lot of sitting candidates have been trusted again by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and this is a trend that one can see across different parties. If you remember, when the Bharatiya Janata Party released their first list of 99 candidates, as many as 80 candidates were already incumbent MLAs, and similar pattern can be seen in this list as well. Akola, of course, is a very interesting constituency here, but besides that, we are seeing that Devyandi Pharande is been nominated again, or rather is been fielded again by Bharatiya Janata Party from Nashik Central, and that entire region becomes very interesting because, as we are seeing across the state, there are several constituencies where we are seeing that the local leaders from the alliance parties are not really getting along very well because, traditionally they formed a goodwill for themselves by posing, or rather by keep positioning themselves against, if it's the Bharatiya Janata Party, then against the Congress Party. But the problem here is mostly between the Mahavikas Aghadi and, of course, between the NCP. And that is the reason why we are seeing, say, a constituency like Nandgaon in the northern part of Maharashtra is where, a member from the Ajit Pawar faction and a member from the Shiv Sena faction, both of them are willing, Shinde Sena faction, both of them are willing to field, are willing to get into this ring. And this is just one example. We see that yesterday when Milind Deora said that he was interested to fight from Worli, we saw that the local Shiv Sena leaders there protesting against him because they preferred a local candidate who is a resident of Worli to fight, or rather to get into the election against Aditya Thackeray. So we are seeing, this very interesting pattern, probably for for the first time after 1995 elections, where because of the different permutations and combinations between different parties and alliances, there is a lot of intra-party activity as well, and that is the biggest highlight from the lists that we are getting since last 2 or 3 hours. But now specifically talking about the Bharatiya Janata Party list, it's a list of 22 candidates which takes their tally up to 121. And as far as Mahayuti is concerned, their formula seems to be on its way to where Bharatiya Janata Party could get at least 155 seats, followed by Shiv Sena getting 75 to 80, and then of course followed by Ajit Pawar faction of NCP. That means that one more crucial list is still remaining for for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and it has got 25 to 30 or 20 to 25 names where it will be battling it out with its other Mahayuti candidates. And as we've been saying, although the party leaders are putting it forth that they've decided on most number of seats and they're only discussing as many as 5 to 10 seats at the moment, but what we're learning that of the sides, the discussions are still on very much, at least on 20 to 25 seats. And that's especially crucial when you talk about Mahayuti, because we're seeing that a series of meetings have been held in the Varsha Bungalow, the CM residence, or even at the residence of Devendra Fadnavis or Ajit Pawar from last night till today morning. So it'll be interesting to see when these lists are finally out, how are they able to make sure that the cadre of their alliance partners is still supporting them after these regional cooperations.
Absolutely. In fact, if you look at the MVA, what's interesting is that regional satraps have made it clear that they have stakes too, and their stakes cannot be ignored. Something that we have seen in states like Haryana as well. The Congress sort of looking to cede more space to alliance partners. That is something that's going to be important for the Congress, because it clearly didn't do that in Haryana, and we know what the result was. But let's quickly listen to some political reactions coming in from the MVA front.
Well, in Maharashtra, Mahavikas Agadi, we are going to fight the election together. There is no problem in Mahavikas Agadi. Problem is in Mahayuti. See, in Mahayuti, problem is much more. Mahavikas Agadi problem is very less. By tomorrow, we will. I asked Bharasab Thorat to meet Uddhavji and Sharad Pawarji and thrash out all the issues.
महाराष्ट्र में 3 पार्टियां प्रमुख है और मजबूत है, कांग्रेस, पवार साहब की एनसीपी और उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व वाली शिवसेना। मुझे लगता है तीनों को लगभग समान सीटों का बंटवारा हुआ है और ठीक है। और राहुल गांधी जी बहुत ही संयमी नेता है, उनको महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति के बारे में पूरी जानकारी है, कौन कितने पानी में है ये भी मालूम है। हरियाणा में तो पूरी सीटें कांग्रेस ने लड़ी थी, हरियाणा में पूरी सीटें कांग्रेस ने लड़ी थी ना, सरकार नहीं आ पाई। तो सबको साथ लेकर चलना चाहिए, सबका साथ सबका विकास, ये नारे की अगर किसको जरूरत है तो महाविकास आघाड़ी को है।
के साथ मैंने बात की है, बहुत सारी जगह पर अपनी बात जो जगह है जिस पर थोड़ा सा चर्चा चल रही है उस पर उनके साथ बात की है। सीटों का विवाद तो बस सिंगल डिजिट पे आ गई है, नजदीक है वो सिंगल डिजिट के।
Moving now to the big political flashpoint in the national capital. Well, the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP standoff only worsening in the run-up to the crucial assembly elections early next year. Well, Arvind Kejriwal was reportedly assaulted at a political rally, and the Aam Aadmi Party claims that it was BJP goons who were behind this alleged assault. The BJP, of course, has completely rubbished the allegations, saying that it's a rattled Aam Aadmi Party, a rattled former chief minister that is making false allegations. Remember, it was no less than the chief minister of Delhi, Atishi, who said that it's the BJP which has orchestrated this attack. Take a look.
पद यात्रा के दौरान जैसे लोग माला पहनाने आते हैं, माला पहनाने के नाम पर सामने आए और फिर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के खिलाफ नारे लगाए और उन पर हमला किया। इस हमले में अगर बीजेपी के उन कार्यकर्ताओं के पास हथियार होते तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की जान भी जा सकती थी। ये बिल्कुल साफ है कि यह हमला भारतीय जनता पार्टी द्वारा है, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ही कार्यकर्ताओं द्वारा केजरीवाल जी पर पहले भी हमले हुए हैं और एक बार भी दिल्ली पुलिस ने अरविंद केजरीवाल जी पर हमला करने वालों पर कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया है।
हमने देखा कि पिछले कई सालों से अरविंद केजरीवाल एक रटी रटाई स्क्रिप्ट करते हैं कि मुझ पे तो हमला हुआ है, मुझ पे तो जानलेवा जान से मारने की कोशिश की गई है। ये हर बार बोलते हैं, लेकिन असलियत ये है कि दिल्ली की जनता आज बहुत नाराज है। जिस प्रकार से आज लोग गुस्से में हैं, वो गुस्से का इजहार कल जब आप अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब आप रोड शो में गए थे तो लोगों ने आपको काले झंडे दिखाए थे, वहां आपको तब विरोध किया था, लेकिन उसको नाम देना कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के गुंडे ये काम कर रहे हैं, ये रटी राइट स्क्रिप्ट है।
Well, it's that time of the year again in the national capital. Delhi's annual air quality crisis is back here, and well, pollution levels have really spiked to almost a level which can be considered a medical emergency. Look at those visuals on your screen. This is a toxic froth that has submerged the river Yamuna, which is the lifeline of the national capital. So froth, toxic froth in the waters and toxic pollutants in the air. That's what the situation is in the national capital. But shameful political bickering continues. Well, the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party both are certainly looking at scoring political brownie points ahead of the assembly elections. These are two pictures which are extremely important. One is that of the Delhi BJP chief taking a dip in the Yamuna. The Yamuna seems much less toxic here. It's much more toxic on the ghats, the banks where millions are expected to take a dip during the Chhath Puja. And this is a picture of the Delhi BJP chief 48 hours after he took a dip. So he is trying to make the point that he had to be hospitalized because of taking the dip in the Yamuna there. And the Aam Aadmi Party says that this is nothing but political drama. But the fact of the matter is that Delhi is choking and politicians continue to bicker.
We are being joined by BJP MP Bansuri Swaraj. Ma'am, currently we saw that after taking a dip in Yamuna, polluted Yamuna water, the Delhi BJP president is admitted to RML hospital now. What do we know about how his health is currently?
Tests are being conducted, and clearly it shows that the water in Yamuna Ji is in such a disastrous state that clearly it raised such health concerns for the state president, Shri Virendra Sachdeva ji.
Also, ma'am, the Aam Aadmi Party is alleging that this is all a political drama, and this happens every year in Delhi, that the issue of Yamuna pollution comes, in a public platform, and then this all is being done for photo session.
ये जो यमुना जी के प्रदूषण का मामला है, ये आता ही नहीं अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अपने वादों पर अमल करते, लेकिन एक बार फिर दिल्ली टूटे हुए वादों का दंश सह रही है। माननीय प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्री वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी ने जाके डुबकी इसलिए दिखाई ताकि वो वहाँ पर हमारी माताओं और बहनों की जो वेदना है उसको व्यक्त कर सकें, क्योंकि आप भी जानते हैं कि छठ का महापर्व आ रहा है, लेकिन ऐसा लगता है कि भाजपाइयों की एक डुबकी से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार डूबने लगी है, डोलने लगी है। मैं ज़रूर पूछना चाहूँगी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से कि जो इंफॉर्मेशन पब्लिक डोमेन में अवेलेबल है, उससे लगता है कि 8,500 करोड़ रुपए का शायद घोटाला यमुना जी की सफाई ना होने में हुआ है। वो पैसा कहाँ गया? आपने जो इतने बड़े वादे करे थे, तो आज के दिन यमुना जी पहले से ज़्यादा मलिन क्यों हैं? And the BJP government, when it gets sworn in after the March 2025 elections, we have sworn that we are going to constitute a Yamuna Cleanliness Tribunal to ensure that finally Yamuna ji is rid of all the pollutants.
यमुना को साफ करने के लिए केजरीवाल जी को इन्होंने जेल में तो नहीं डाला था। पूरी सरकार को 1 साल से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ठप किया। रिमोट कंट्रोल से भाजपा सरकार चला रही थी। सारा पावर एलजी साहब को दिया इन्होंने, मुख्यमंत्री को जेल में डाल दिया। ये नौटंकी नहीं तो और क्या है? काम करने नहीं देते हो और उसके बाद जाकर के आप नौटंकी करते हो। विरोध करने के भी बहुत सारे तरीके हैं, नौटंकियों से केवल विरोध नहीं होता।
Meanwhile, politics over paddy procurement also continues in Punjab. Remember, farmers have taken to the streets. They say that paddy has not been procured at MSP and also at a pace at which it should be conducted. The Aam Aadmi Party government was slammed by the opposition there as well, saying that paddy procurement is extremely tardy. The Aam Aadmi Party government hit back, saying that paddy procurement continues to be pacey in the state. But look at those visuals coming in. Of course, farmers have said that they will sort of stage a chakka jam. They will block key highways in protest of what they call tardy paddy procurement. Listen in to what Leader of Opposition Pratap Singh Bajwa had to say.
For last so many days, we have seen the Leader of Opposition Pratap Singh Bajwa. He has been visiting various mandis. He has taken a stock of situation from the ground. We will talk to him to understand what is the situation, what is happening in various mandis. So, sir, welcome to NDTV. You have been traveling all over Punjab. So, what is the situation on the ground?
See, in the past 8 or 10 days, I have travelled across the land and breadth of Punjab, Malwa, Doaba and Majha regions. What I feel, there is a calculated betrayal which is taking place to economically hurt Punjab. We have a very, very incompetent, indecisive Chief Minister who has not done his homework. He should have done this homework 6 months earlier. He should have met the Prime Minister, he should have met the Food Minister, he should have met the Railway Minister. But on the other hand, I feel because of his inexperience, the BJP kept silent. The BJP government exactly knew, because this protocol is going on for the last 56, 57 years. Every year wheat comes, every year paddy comes, and every year the procurement starts from the 1st of October till almost the 31st of October. The last year's stocks of wheat and paddy and rice have almost, you could say, they are completely there. It is the Union Railway Ministry which had to ease out all these stocks. After 15th of March, within the next 6 months, all stocks are cleared so that whenever fresh arrivals come in, those stocks could be put there. There's not been a movement of even 5% of the stocks.
Looking at some international headlines now. Well, on the Iran-Israel front, Iran was attacked by Israeli strikes. In fact, Iran says that there was limited damage due to the Israeli strikes, but it has confirmed that there were strikes from Israel. But remember, now it's a multi-front war, a 7-front war, as it were. It has expanded into a regional conflict. But what Israel has said, that this is in response to the October 1 attack. Remember, there were several strikes from Iran to Israel. In fact, Lebanon certainly has become the key epicenter of the regional war. The other big headline, well, reports seem to suggest that Donald Trump's phones were hacked by hackers linked to the Chinese government. Though this is something that cannot be confirmed independently by NDTV, but reports do suggest that both Trump's phones as well as vice presidential nominees' phones were hacked by Chinese hackers. In fact, the Biden administration, as per reports, is also on target. And finally, a big upset for the Indian team on home soil. India has lost the Pune test, and this, of course, is a historic loss for the country, the first in test match, in test cricket in almost 12 years.
And that completes one of the most remarkable achievements. Been a tough series. New Zealand's out. The physical effort has to be commended.
And well, in Delhi, Delhiites and indeed people from across the country are gearing up for the Dilluminati concert. This, of course, there's been a lot of craze about Diljit Dosanjh's Delhi concert. In fact, look at those crowds there outside the JLN Stadium. We leave you with this report that our colleague Anushka sent us from there.
Right now, we're outside the JLN Stadium where the concert of Diljit Dosanjh, the Dilluminati, is about to take place in a few hours. We can clearly show you the visuals from outside of the stadium. We can clearly see long lines of fans that have, gathered here to participate in this whole concert. We'll just talk to some fans also. क्या नाम है आपका?
आकर्ष।
कहाँ से आए आप?
मैं अलीगढ़ से।
अलीगढ़ से? कितने दूर से आए?
दूर नहीं है, दिलजीत के लिए तो क्या ही दूर है, कुछ भी दूर नहीं है यार।
कैसा लग रहा है?
काफी एक्साइटेड है, मतलब दिलजीत के लिए मेरा फर्स्ट लाइव शो होगा ये, तो लेट्स सी कैसा जाता है।
You are a big fan of Diljit?
A very big fan in fact, yes.
What's your name?
My name is यथार्थ।
अच्छा, कहाँ से आए आप?
बरेली से आया हूँ मैं, बरेली से।
कैसा लग रहा है?
काफी एंथुसियास्टिक फील हो रहा है, अब अंदर जाके पता चलेगा हाउ इज द एनर्जी लेवल्स, लेट्स सी।
What What's your favorite song of Diljit?
It's Mombatti, the latest one. Yeah.
What's your name?
वंश ग्वालियर से।
कैसा लग रहा है आज फाइनली कॉन्सर्ट है?
बहुत भीड़ थी, पहुंचते पहुंचते में ही थकावट हो गई। अब देखो अंदर जाके बढ़िया माहौल हो जाए।
टिकट्स आराम से मिल गए थे आपको?
नहीं, बहुत मेहनत लगी थी, इतनी आसानी से तो नहीं मिली थी। यस।
तो कैसा एक्साइटमेंट है अभी?
देख ही रहे हैं आप, सारे हम 10 लोग आए हैं साथ में देखने के लिए, तो यस काफी एक्साइटमेंट है, काफी टाइम से वेट कर रहे थे।
Clearly we can see the excitement level of the fans. The air is already buzzing with excitement and energy right now that the concert is about to take place. We'll talk to a few more fans. आपका नाम क्या है?
शिवानी।
कहाँ से आए आप?
दिल्ली।
Yes. कैसा लग रहा है आज फाइनली कॉन्सर्ट में जाने को मिलेगा?
काफी अच्छा लग रहा है। Yes, very excited for the
Big fan.
Yeah.
What's the favorite song?
Born to Shine.
What's your name?
समीक्षा।
आप कहाँ से आई हैं?
नोएडा।
कैसा लग रहा है आज?
Very excited. I was waiting for a long time.
टिकट्स लेने में दिक्कत भी हुई आपको?
Of course हुई।
कैसा लग रहा है फाइनली जाएंगे अंदर?
बहुत खुश, very sir।
आपका नाम क्या है सर?
भव्या।
कहाँ से आया?
दिल्ली से हूँ।
कैसा लग रहा है आज फाइनली कॉन्सर्ट है?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, आज मेरा बर्थडे भी है तो बहुत स्पेशल मोमेंट।
Birthday in a very unique way today.
Yes, definitely.
It's your first live concert.
Yes.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Cappuccinos to go. I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love. Tap it here and swipe it there. Pound rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए।
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Hello friends and welcome to the fresh episode of Gadget 360 with Technical Guruji. मेरा नाम है गौरव aka TG and basically मेरा काम ही कुछ ऐसा है कि I compile everything around gadgets in each episode just for you. मतलब हर रोज कितने नए नए gadgets launch होते हैं, आपकी curiosity जो होती है वो बहुत ज़्यादा होती है. Sometimes you have many questions, मैं उनके जवाब आपको देता हूँ, आपके लिए interesting tips भी share करता हूँ और कुछ interesting facts भी बताता हूँ because this gadget space is really fun. I love gadgets, you love gadgets, so why not we proceed और आगे बढ़ते हुए पता लगाएं कि आखिर हुआ क्या है in the field of gadgets in this episode of your favorite show Gadget 360 with Technical Guruji. जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं, चलिए शुरू करते हैं. तो फ्रेंड्स ये जो गैजेट्स की दुनिया है ना इट इज वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड. अब एक नया कुछ प्रोडक्ट जब आता है उसके पीछे जस्ट इमेजिन द अमाउंट ऑफ R&D दैट गोज ऑन. कितने सारे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स, कुछ फेल हुए, कुछ पास हुए और कितनी सारी चीजें मिलती हैं तब जाके हमें एक नया गैजेट मिलता है. एंड ये दुनिया हर रोज बदल रही है, हर सेकंड कुछ ना कुछ नया हमको मिल जाता है. तो लेट्स फर्स्ट टेक अ क्लोजर लुक टू अंडरस्टैंड कि आखिर क्या हलचल है इन द फील्ड ऑफ गैजेट्स इन दिस सेगमेंट न्यूज ऑफ द वीक.
Apple has refreshed their iPad mini for 2024 with the A17 Pro SoC, जो हम iPhone 15 Pro models में already देख चुके हैं. It now supports Apple Intelligence and the Apple Pencil Pro as well. iPad mini 7th gen 4 colors में available है: blue, purple, starlight और space gray. It can be bought for a starting price of rupees 49,990 in India. Samsung has announced the upcoming expansion of 4 new languages for Galaxy AI: Turkish, Dutch, Swedish and Romanian. Galaxy AI अभी 16 languages support करता है and after this update it will have support for 20 languages. ये updates October end से roll out होंगे and the users will be able to download these updates as language packs from the settings app of compatible Galaxy devices. Infinix Zero Flip is the new vertically folding phone from Infinix. इस स्मार्टफोन में आपको 3.64 इंच का AMOLED 120Hz कवर डिस्प्ले मिलता है जो 1100 निट्स तक की ब्राइटनेस ऑफर करता है. Infinix Zero Flip 2 कलर ऑप्शंस में अवेलेबल है, रॉक ब्लैक और ब्लॉसम ग्लो, and the brand is selling it for an introductory price of rupees 44,999 after combining all the offers. Garmin launched its new Phoenix 8 series of premium multi-sport GPS smartwatches in India. इन स्मार्टवॉचेस की USP इनकी ड्यूरेबिलिटी और रिलायबिलिटी है. There are two models for this smartwatch, one with an AMOLED display and another with a solar charging display. The brand claims that the AMOLED model will offer up to 29 days of battery backup and the solar model will offer up to 48 days of battery backup. इन स्मार्टवॉचेस का स्टार्टिंग प्राइस ₹86,990 रखा गया है.
Now friends, the first gadget that I have for this week's episode is this. एक smartphone है of course, and this is the latest coming from Samsung. It is the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Now FE अगर आपको नहीं पता है stands for the Fan Edition. मतलब this is the smartphone which Samsung thinks is suitable for all the Galaxy fans. मतलब यहाँ पे the kind of features it packs काफी आपको एक complete package मिल जाता है because the experience is quite polished. Just like a flagship S24 phone, but थोड़ा उससे नीचे बैठता है the S24 FE. Big screen, dynamic AMOLED 2x screen है in fact, a big battery, Exynos 2400E processor, a properly functional triple cam setup, a metal frame, IP rating. इस फोन में आपको वो सब कुछ मिलता है जो शायद आपको चाहिए होगा. Basically on top Galaxy AI भी है. Let's have a closer look at this Samsung Galaxy S24 FE.
Samsung's Fan Edition smartphone is back for 2024 with the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. When compared to its predecessor, the S23 FE, जो last year launch हुआ था, the S24 FE comes equipped with a slightly larger, brighter display, a bigger battery, new SoC, and the addition of Galaxy AI features जो usually Samsung के flagship smartphones में होते हैं. The S24 FE sports a 6.7-inch FHD Plus AMOLED 2x display with a peak brightness of 1900 nits. ये आता है equipped with a triple rear camera setup जिसमें एक 50 मेगापिक्सल प्राइमरी कैमरा है और ये स्मार्टफोन 8K 30 FPS के रेजोल्यूशन पर भी वीडियो शूट कर सकता है अपने रियर कैमरा से. S24 FE में 4700 mAh की बैटरी आती है, but the smartphone still supports 25 watts of wired charging and 15 watts of wireless charging. It comes equipped with Samsung's Exynos 2400E processor. Now this is a 4nm SoC and it comes in two variants, 128GB of storage and 256GB of storage, and दोनों ही variants में 8GB RAM standard है. The smartphone retails starting in 999 in India with 3 color options to choose from: blue, graphite and mint.
So friends, ये है वो फोन जो कि Samsung Galaxy fans के लिए है, the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, basically packing all the essential in this nice package. और अब आपको सब कुछ पता है कि इस फोन में क्या है. वैसे फोन में या टेक्नोलॉजी में चाहे जो भी हो, समटाइम्स वी से दैट इट लैक्स द इमोशन. अब देखो यार, इमोशन डेफिनेटली लैक करता है कहीं ना कहीं, बट देन अगेन AI इज पिकिंग अप, काफी चीजें डेवलप हो रही हैं. एंड गाइस, डिड यू नो, मैं आपको बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट बताने वाला हूं, आपके स्मार्टफोन से जुड़ा है. बिकॉज सी, स्मार्टफोन स्मार्ट इसलिए बना बिकॉज वी यूज टन्स ऑफ एप्लीकेशंस इन आवर फोन्स, तभी तो ये स्मार्ट बन पाया. अब दुनिया भर में अलग अलग जगहों पे करोड़ों करोड़ों लोग अपने स्मार्टफोन्स को यूज करते हैं. उनमें अलग अलग एप्स को दे यूज फॉर डिफरेंट पर्पसेस. टिंडर एक ऐसी एप्लीकेशन है विच पीपल यूज फॉर डेटिंग. एंड डिड यू नो इट बिकेम द फर्स्ट ऐप जिसने 2 लोगों को कनेक्ट कराया इन अंटार्कटिका. यस, तो अंटार्कटिका कॉन्टिनेंट के ऊपर 2 लोगों को कनेक्ट कराने वाली पहली अपनी कैटेगरी की एक ऐसी ऐप बनी टिंडर. जस्ट लाइक मेटालिका वाज द फर्स्ट बैंड जो सभी कॉन्टिनेंट्स पे प्ले हुआ. मतलब अगर हम ग्लोबली देखें तो इट्स डेफिनेटली अ बिग मूव. वैसे मुझे लगता है कि अंटार्कटिका में जितने लोग होंगे वो शायद एक दूसरे को पहले से ही जानते होंगे, बट देन अगेन टिंडर केम फॉर द रेस्क्यू और वहां पे 2 लोग कनेक्ट हो पाए यूजिंग एन एप्लीकेशन ऑन देयर स्मार्टफोन्स. डू यू नो दिस? यस, देन वेरी गुड. अगर आपको नहीं पता था तो यू नो क्या आपको करना है. प्रीटी सिंपल, आपको ईमेल लिखना है tg@ndtv.com पे. Now friends, the next gadget I have, it's pretty interesting because it looks like this. Now take a guess कि ये क्या हो सकता है. हो सकता है आप शायद ठीक से guess ना कर पाए, but guess करना becomes pretty easy अगर मैं इसको ऐसे पहन लूँ तो. because ये जो हैं guys, these are the latest earphones from Nothing. They're called the Nothing Ear Open. They are open ear style earphones with this quite unique design. मतलब कान में पहनना is like कि जैसे कुछ पहना ही ना हो, because feels like nothing, sounds like everything, और आपको आपके आसपास की आवाजें भी ये सुनाते हैं for better reasons. काफी इंटरेस्टिंग फीचर्स लेके आते हैं. इनफैक्ट एक अलग एक्सपीरियंस प्रोवाइड करते हैं if in case you want to enjoy your music on the go while running, जहां पे आपको आपके आसपास की आवाज भी सुननी है और म्यूजिक का मजा भी उठाना है. Quite uniquely designed. Let's have a closer look at these latest Nothing Ear Open.
Nothing has launched a couple of earbuds in the past, but their latest premium offering, the Nothing Ear Open, stands out from the lot. These earbuds are priced at 17,999 in India, और ये आते हैं iconic Nothing see-through charging case के साथ. The earbuds themselves, they don't look like anything from Nothing, quite frankly. They have these long ear hooks that are made up of soft silicone so that users को ear discomfort ना हो और वो इनको longer durations के लिए use कर सके, पहन सकें. The earbuds, they weigh just 8.1 grams each. According to Nothing, the Ear Open has a talk time of up to 24 hours और टोटल बैटरी लाइफ इनकी up to 30 hours है चार्जिंग केस के साथ. सिर्फ 5 मिनट का चार्ज आपको 2 घंटे की बैटरी लाइफ दे देता है. They use AI to enhance call quality and offer a noise-free calling experience to the listeners. ये earbuds IP54 rated हैं water and dust resistance के लिए, so you don't have to worry about them getting wet and dusty. The Nothing Ear Open is available to buy only in the white color.
नो फ्रेंड्स, आई एम श्योर कि आप इन ईयरफोन्स को या अपने ईयरफोन्स को यूज करेंगे और एंजॉय करेंगे अपने फेवरेट म्यूजिक को. बट अभी के लिए जो आप करेंगे वो करना है थोड़ा सा इंतजार, बिकॉज मैं आने वाला हूं ब्रेक के ठीक बाद, जहां पे आपको एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग टिप देने वाला हूं. इट इज रिलेटेड टू साउंड, तो बहुत ज्यादा काम आएगी आप सबके, और इनफैक्ट आपके सवालों के जवाब भी देने वाला हूं राइट आफ्टर दिस शॉर्ट ब्रेक.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का. छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की.
करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत, पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
एक ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए।
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories.
So hello guys, welcome back once again after the break to your favorite show Gadget 360 with Technical Guruji. मेरा नाम है गौरव aka TG and basically break से पहले मैंने आपको बताया था कुछ नए गैजेट्स के बारे में और अभी टाइम है टू गिव यू सम टिप्स अराउंड दीज गैजेट्स। तो आज की जो टिप है वो बहुत ज्यादा यूजफुल हो जाती है। सी द फैक्ट इज कि हमारे स्मार्टफोन्स में बहुत सारे सेंसर्स होते हैं, एक्सेलेरोमीटर, gyroscope, microphone, this, that, मतलब there are tons and tons of sensors packed inside every smartphone. Now you can take advantage of these sensors for your benefits. For example, अगर आपको कभी लेवल चेक करना है किसी सरफेस का कि सरफेस एकदम बिल्कुल एक फ्लैट लेवल पे है या नहीं, तो you can just use the bubble level kind of simulation in your smartphone. आपको बहुत सारी apps मिल जाएंगी प्ले स्टोर पे या ऐप स्टोर पे और काफी फोन्स पे तो ये इनबिल्ट फीचर की तरह भी आता है जहां पे it uses the gyroscope to figure out कि any surface that you want to track if it's completely flat or not. In fact, आपके फोन में जो माइक्रोफोन्स हैं वो भी बड़े काम के हैं because they are very sensitive और आपको ऐसी बहुत सारी एप्लीकेशंस मिल जाएंगी which can tell you in fact कि जो नॉइस लेवल्स हैं आपके आसपास वो क्या हैं, what is the decibel rating of the sound that you're exposed to. आपको सीधा आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाती है. Pretty useful अगर आपको चेक करना है कि if the environment around you is too loud या हो सकता है you have changed the exhaust of your vehicle और आपको चेक करना है कि is it under the norms या आपकी साउंड ज़्यादा तेज जा रही है. All you need is just one application, your smartphone, और आप ये काम घर बैठे कर सकते हैं. Quite interesting tip. Take a look और ऐसी applications आपको बहुत सारे मिल जाएंगी जहां पे your phone essentially becomes your toolkit. Yes, just a phone for everything that you might need. पता है तो शेयर करो और नहीं पता है तो एपिसोड्स देखो ताकि आपको ऐसी और टिप्स मालूम चल सके. So friends, now it's time for me to answer आपके दिमाग की सारी क्यूरियोसिटी से भरे हुए सारे सवाल जो भी आपने पूछे हैं in regards to your gadgets. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. मैंने सुना है ऐसा एक अभी मॉडर्न डे ट्रेंड चलता है दैट यू शुडंट गिव एन आईफोन टू योर पेरेंट्स. बेसिकली आईफोन इज नॉट द कीवर्ड हियर, द कीवर्ड हैज टू बी अ स्मार्टफोन. और सबके अपने अपने लॉजिक हैं दैट at this age, जिस एज पे आपके पेरेंट्स हैं, you shouldn't expose them to these new technologies because कई बार ये इतना हेल्दी नहीं होती है in terms of कि अगर वो ज़्यादा फ़ोन को यूज़ करते हैं तो उनकी आंखों के लिए ठीक नहीं होगा फॉर एग्जाम्पल, या if they are completely एक सिंपल लाइफ जीने के बाद में तुरंत अभी टेक स्पेस में आ जाते हैं, तो that happens to be the reason. बट इसके फिर on the other side अगर आप देखेंगे तो काफ़ी सारे फायदे भी हैं if they are exposed to smartphones. तो it depends, दोनों तरफ एडवोकेट्स हैं जो कुछ बोलते हैं कि स्मार्टफोन्स नहीं देने चाहिए, कुछ बोलते हैं कि नहीं स्मार्टफोन्स आर क्वाइट एसेंशियल फॉर इवन आवर पेरेंट्स. तो जस्ट दैट्स द रीजन. इसके अलावा ऐसा कुछ एज सच रीजन नहीं है कि यू शुडंट बी गिफ्टिंग और गिविंग आईफोन्स टू योर पेरेंट्स. I won't say they're exactly the same, but yes, they share quite a lot of features and काफी बड़ा overlap है if you take earphones from Oppo and OnePlus. Sometimes they are very very similar, sometimes they don't look the same, but the features are kind of same. तो yes, because it's the same parent company, तो आपको काफी products के अंदर काफी overlap देखने को मिलता है, especially in case of earphones. Yes, I definitely use AI, and I use AI for many things. I use AI to kind of make my life easy. काफ़ी सारे ऐसे repetitive tasks जो होते हैं उनको solve करने के लिए AI जो है वो काफ़ी अच्छे से help कर देता है. If I'm trying to edit a photo or a video जहाँ पे normally Photoshop would take maybe a day, AI would do in just 2 minutes. So AI के अलग-अलग use के scenarios हैं. Maybe if I am stuck somewhere, I want some new ideas, तो AI could be a nice starting point. तो AI मतलब मुझे मतलब this is the way that I should propagate this as well, that consider AI as a tool, not a replacement for anyone, but just a tool for you to do things in a better way. तो I incorporate AI in all my tasks जहाँ मुझे लगता है कि yes, AI could be of some use. स्मार्ट पॉट्स आप बाय कर सकते हैं डेफिनेटली, बिकॉज इंडोर गार्डनिंग की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो देर आर डिफरेंट काइंड्स ऑफ पीपल जो कि यू वांट जस्ट टू हैव अ स्मार्ट पॉट जहाँ पे वो आपको सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन दे देता है. AI डेफिनेटली हेल्प कर सकता है, तो इट डिपेंड्स द वे यू वांट टू प्रोसीड विद इट. बट येस, स्मार्ट पॉट्स आर डेफिनेटली अ गुड ऑप्शन फॉर यू टू हैव सम नाइस इंडोर प्लांट्स जहाँ पे द वे द केयर इज टेकन, वो सारा काम बहुत अच्छे से टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से हो जाता है. Diwali tech shopping list. Oh ho. Basically, it's for friends. It's for people around me. Now, I don't shop as such. मतलब I shop all around the year. तो ऐसा कुछ दिवाली को लेके specific नहीं है. But maybe if you want to gift and if you want to have some gifting ideas, तो छोटे smart home appliances जो हैं वो काफी trend में हो सकते हैं. Maybe a small speaker is a good gifting idea. A pair of headphones. Maybe a new phone. और a power bank, these kind of things, a new camera for example, a new smartphone. तो बहुत सारे आइडियाज हो सकते हैं, बट पर्सनली मैंने दिवाली को लेके अपने लिए एज सच कुछ शॉपिंग नहीं करी है. Okay, so friends, that's all from my side. This week's episode of Gadget 360 with Technology. I think हर बार की तरह बहुत फन होगा आप सभी के लिए, because हमको नए नए गैजेट्स के बारे में जानने को मिलता है, उनके बारे में काफ़ी इन डेप्थ नॉलेज मिल जाता है और इनफैक्ट फिर सवालों के जवाब भी मिलते हैं. आपको ये सभी चीज़ें एक बार वापस से मिलने वाली हैं, बट नेक्स्ट वीक, बिकॉज अगले वाले एपिसोड में और ज़्यादा फन होगा विद इवन मोर एक्साइटिंग ग्लोइंग गैजेट्स. काफ़ी मज़ा आने वाला है. सो अभी के लिए इतना रखते हैं. स्टे tuned for next week. Have a good day and take care.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का मिळत नाही. राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch.
The government warns social media companies on bomb hoax threat. The government says social media platforms must act or face action. The BJP fields 22 candidates in the second Maharashtra list. Uddhav Thackeray's Sena and the Congress also released fresh lists of candidates. This as the campaign now heats up. Delhi chokes, but netas make pollution a poll plank. Pollution spikes further, but politics sinks lower. Delhi BJP chief says he's hospitalized after a dip in the toxic Yamuna. Israel attacks Iranian military sites. Iran confirms the attack on military bases, but Iran says that, well, there was limited damage from the Israeli strikes. Reports suggest hackers linked to the Chinese government have targeted the phone communications of former US President Donald Trump and vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance. India's fortress stand reached. New Zealand win by 113 runs in Pune. India lose the first home series since 2012. One of the most remarkable achievements. Our lead story this evening, well, the government's advisory for social media companies on the bomb threat menace. Well, the government has said that social media platforms, social media companies must take due diligence. Due diligence has to be practiced, and all these threats must be eliminated timely, given the fact that most of these threats are circulated and disseminated through social media. Now remember, the Aviation Ministry has made it clear that Indian aviation is safe and that passengers must fly without fear. That is a message that was sent out by the Aviation Ministry as well as the DGCA, which is the central aviation regulator. The IT Ministry, remember, also held a crucial meeting with airlines as well as social media companies, saying that these threats have to be obliterated from the social media space, given the fact that this spread panic. Take a look at what the Minister of State for Civil Aviation had to say.
मॉनिटरिंग चल रहे हैं और उसमें विकास और आईबी दोनों मिलकर कोऑर्डिनेशन में इसकी पूरी जांच कर रही है। ये सभी तो अफवाहें ही है, लेकिन एज अ सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल करके हमें उसकी जो सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल फॉलो करना पड़ रहा है वो हम बिल्कुल फॉलो कर रहे हैं। आखिर क्योंकि जो हमारे प्रवासी है, जो नागरिक है, उनकी सुरक्षितता यह हमारे लिए बहुत अहम है और इसके लिए वो जो प्रोटोकॉल से फॉलो किए जा रहे हैं। ज़्यादातर जो मैसेजेस है, कॉल्स है, जो सोशल मीडिया पे आ रहे हैं वो तो विदेश से ज़्यादा है, लेकिन उसके ऊपर भी काम करें और जल्दी ही हमारे मिनिस्टर ने ये भी अभी कहा है कि उस पर एक जल्दी से जल्दी हम कुछ न कुछ तो उस पर कायदा बनाने की सोच रहे हैं।
Meanwhile, let's take a look at what's happening in poll-bound Maharashtra. Well, the BJP has released its second list of candidates. 22 candidates have been fielded in this second list. Remember, earlier the BJP, of course, fielded 98 candidates in its first list. It's going to be a very crucial battle for the BJP after the Lok Sabha poll drubbing. This is the BJP has also released a list of star campaigners for Maharashtra, including, of course, the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, the Defence Minister, newly sworn in Chief Ministers of the BJP as well, who will be leading the party's charge. Looking at what's happening in the opposition camp, well, the MVA is all set to declare candidates for all seats today. In fact, the UBT Shiv Sena as well as the Congress have released fresh lists of candidates as well. So the Maharashtra poll battle is only heating up. But what's happening as far as the MVA is concerned? Well, some leaders have expressed their stakes as well, given the fact that Satraps, the regional parties, have an important stake in the Maharashtra Alliance and the Mahavikas Aghadi, and they say that the Congress must concede space to the regional players as well. Listen to some of the reactions coming in from the MVA front.
Well, in Maharashtra Mahavikas Aghadi, we are going to fight the election together. There is no problem in Mahavikas Aghadi. Problem is in Mahayuti. See, in Mahayuti, problem is much more. Mahavikas Aghadi problem is very less. By tomorrow, we will. I asked Bharasab Torat to meet Uddhavji and Sharad Pawarji and thrash out all the issues.
महाराष्ट्र में 3 पार्टियां प्रमुख है और मजबूत है, कांग्रेस, पवार साहब की एनसीपी और उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व वाली शिवसेना। मुझे लगता है तीनों को लगभग समान सीटों का बंटवारा हुआ है और ठीक है। और राहुल गांधी जी बहुत ही संयमी नेता है, उनको महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति के बारे में पूरी जानकारी है, कौन कितने पानी में है ये भी मालूम है। हरियाणा में तो पूरी सीटें कांग्रेस ने लड़ी थी, हरियाणा में पूरी सीटें कांग्रेस ने लड़ी थी ना, सरकार नहीं आ पाई। तो सबको साथ लेकर चलना चाहिए, सबका साथ सबका विकास, ये नारे की अगर किसको जरूरत है तो महाविकास आघाड़ी को है।
माननीय उद्धव जी के साथ मैंने बात की है, बहुत सारी जगह पर अपनी बात जो जगह है जिस पर थोड़ा सा चर्चा चल रही है उस पर उनके साथ बात की है। सीटों का विवाद तो बस सिंगल डिजिट पे आ गई है, नजदीक है वो सिंगल डिजिट के।
The latest on the murder investigation into the Baba Siddiqui case, well, the key accused has now been sent to judicial custody. Remember, 3 shooters are among those who have been sent to judicial custody. Remember, one of the shooters is still on the run. He fled Maharashtra, while the probe was still underway. The court has also extended one of the accused police custody. Remember, as far as the police is concerned, they have established a preliminary link between the Baba Siddiqui murder case and the Salman Khan firing case as well. So that is something that the police is looking at, with some amount of depth, given the fact that there is a clear Bishnoi gang link as well to the Baba Siddiqui murder case. Moving now to the situation as far as Delhi pollution is concerned. Well, there's toxins in the air and filth in the waters. That's how bad the situation is. Delhi is gasping for breath. The air quality as we speak is in the very poor category. In fact, the PM 2.5, which is a toxic micropollutant that penetrates your respiratory glands and causes chronic respiratory illnesses and even cancer, is at levels which is almost 8 to 10 times, in fact 12 times in many places, the safe limit set by World Health Organization. But politics is sinking lower as pollution is spiking, especially over the toxic Yamuna. Remember, the Delhi BJP chief has said that he got hospitalized after he took a dip in the Yamuna. This, of course, as toxic froth continues to cover Delhi's lifeline. The Aam Aadmi Party says this is nothing but theatrics. Take a look at all the reactions that have come in.
We are being joined by BJP MP Bansuri Swaraj. Ma'am, currently we saw that after taking a dip in Yamuna, polluted Yamuna water, the Delhi BJP president is admitted to RML hospital now. What do we know about how his health is currently?
Tests are being conducted, and clearly it shows that the water in Yamuna Ji is in such a disastrous state that clearly it raised such health concerns for the state president, Shri Virendra Sachdeva ji.
Also, ma'am, the Aam Aadmi Party is alleging that this is all a political drama, and this happens every year in Delhi, that the issue of Yamuna pollution comes, in a public platform, and then this all is being done for photo session.
ये जो यमुना जी के प्रदूषण का मामला है, ये आता ही नहीं अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अपने वादों पर अमल करते, लेकिन एक बार फिर दिल्ली टूटे हुए वादों का दंश सह रही है। माननीय प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्री वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी ने जाके डुबकी इसलिए दिखाई ताकि वो वहाँ पर हमारी माताओं और बहनों की जो वेदना है उसको व्यक्त कर सकें, क्योंकि आप भी जानते हैं कि छठ का महापर्व आ रहा है, लेकिन ऐसा लगता है कि भाजपाइयों की एक डुबकी से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार डूबने लगी है, डोलने लगी है। मैं ज़रूर पूछना चाहूँगी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से कि जो इंफॉर्मेशन पब्लिक डोमेन में अवेलेबल है, उससे लगता है कि 8,500 करोड़ रुपए का शायद घोटाला यमुना जी की सफाई ना होने में हुआ है। वो पैसा कहाँ गया? आपने जो इतने बड़े वादे करे थे, तो आज के दिन यमुना जी पहले से ज़्यादा मलिन क्यों हैं? And the BJP government, when it gets sworn in after the March 2025 elections, we have sworn that we are going to constitute a Yamuna Cleanliness Tribunal to ensure that finally Yamuna ji is rid of all the pollutants.
जमुना को साफ करने के लिए केजरीवाल जी को इन्होंने जेल में तो नहीं डाला था। पूरी सरकार को एक साल से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ठप किया। रिमोट कंट्रोल से भाजपा सरकार चला रही थी। सारा पावर एलजी साहब को दिया इन्होंने, मुख्यमंत्री को जेल में डाल दिया। ये नौटंकी नहीं तो और क्या है? काम करने नहीं देते हो और उसके बाद जाकर के आप नौटंकी करते हो। विरोध करने के भी बहुत सारे तरीके हैं, नौटंकियों से केवल विरोध नहीं होता।
Meanwhile, sir, look at some international news as the West Asia crisis continues to deepen and the conflict is now expanded to a multi-front regional war. India has called for immediate de-escalation. India has said that dialogue and diplomacy is the only way forward. This as Prime Minister Modi has also reiterated the fact that this is not an era of war and that no solutions will be found in the battlefield. And moving now to our special report. Well, Justin Trudeau's credibility crisis. Why is he taking an anti-India stand? What are his compulsions domestically? This, of course, as multiple MLAs, multiple leaders within the opposition have also called for his resignation over his pussyfooting around the Khalistani issue. Take a look at this special report.
Justin Trudeau is a man on borrowed time. The Canadian Prime Minister is battling record high levels of voter dissatisfaction and resentment from his own Liberal Party. In his 9th year in office, Trudeau is now fighting for political survival. Some reports even suggest that if elections were to be held now, the Liberals may come a distant third. The rumblings in the Liberal camp have grown with as many as 24 MPs asking for Trudeau to resign, and no later than the 28th of October, giving him very little time. Reports suggest that Liberal MPs even gave the example of Joe Biden and asked Trudeau to make way for someone else. So why has the Liberal Party turned against their leader? They didn't do so even when the party suffered back-to-back electoral upsets in the bastions of Montreal and Toronto. It's because under Trudeau's stewardship, Canada has upended its relationship with India. chose to provide safe haven to those that India considers as terrorists and has violated all diplomatic conventions over the murder of a Khalistani terrorist named Hardeep Singh Nijjar. So who is Nijjar and why is he so integral to Trudeau and his political survival? As Trudeau courts the rising Sikh population in Canada, this is the last throw of dice for the besieged Prime Minister. The Sikh community forms 2% of the Canadian population and has been growing in number. It has doubled from 0.9% in 2001 to 2.1% in 2021. With over 3 lakh, Ontario has the largest Sikh community in Canada, followed by British Columbia. As per 2021 data, under 1/3 of Sikhs in Canada are concentrated in the Toronto metropolitan area. As its population has grown, so has the community's political clout. There are now 18 Sikh MPs in the Canadian Parliament. And this explains why Trudeau is bending backwards to accommodate the most extreme separatist views of the Khalistanis. To protect his political interests, Trudeau has risked sovereign relationships, nurtured over decades under successive governments. Probably for the first time ever, India recalled its envoy to Canada after he was named as person of interest by Canadian investigators in Nijjar's murder.
As soon as the Canadian government announced that Sanjay Verma, the Indian High Commissioner to Canada, and 5 of his colleagues were persons of interest linking them to the murder of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, India reacted sharply to this development. It recalled the 6 diplomats from Canada, but also summoned the charge d'affaires of Canadian High Commission here in Delhi and gave him a dressing down that how Mr. Trudeau is pandering to the vote bank politics. And later, India also expelled 6 of Canadian diplomats here in Delhi.
There are many instances of Trudeau seemingly supporting Khalistani separatists. In 2017, when he attended the Khalsa Day parade, he spoke in front of a Khalistani separatist flag. These events often feature tributes to terrorists and calls for violence against India. The fact that the Canadian PM chose to attend such an event raised a lot of eyebrows. During his trip to India in 2018, his entourage included Jaspal Atwal, who was convicted for an attempt to assassinate Punjabi cabinet minister Malkiyat Singh Sidhu when he was visiting Canada. Atwal was then photographed with Trudeau's then wife Sophie. Fast forward to April this year, the Canadian PM attended a public meeting that saw some pro-Khalistan slogans being raised. In light of the incident, India had summoned Canada's Deputy High Commissioner.
So who was Hardeep Singh Nijjar and why is he at the center of Trudeau's political game plan? Nijjar was one among India's most wanted terrorists. He was shot dead by 2 unidentified assailants outside a Gurudwara in Surrey in Canada in June 2023. He was the chief of the banned terror outfit Khalistan Tiger Force, or the KTF. Nijjar was wanted in multiple terror cases in India, including the 2007 bombing in Punjab and the 2009 assassination of Rulda Singh. He travelled to Canada on a fake passport. In fact, the award of Canadian citizenship to Nijjar is also disputed and controversial. Nijjar symbolized Trudeau's politics, the appeasement of Khalistanis, the blatant rejection of India's repeated requests for extradition of Khalistani terrorists. The June 2024 parade in Brampton, which celebrated the assassination of former Prime Minister of India Indira Gandhi and invoked revenge for the attack, was just one among several brazen Khalistani activities that continued on Canadian soil under Trudeau's watch.
In most of the cases, I feel there is an inaction on the Canadian side. In some cases, of course, they have sought some more details or sought some clarifications. And we are quite okay with that because, after all, we have 2 different legal systems. And if we want their legal system to act on our behalf, we need to give them the information that they wanted. From our perspective, it had gone through a due process, and therefore all the evidences that we had already been presented to them in the 26 extradition cases which we just talked about. But in addition to extradition, there are many arrest requests also painted. And unfortunately, we have not seen much of action from the Canadian authorities in this particular case for almost last 1 decade.
The Niger murder probe has been a major thorn in the Indo-Canadian relationship. Not just due to Ottawa's wild allegation about the involvement of India, but because Trudeau's government has done nothing but name-calling. On 18th of June 2023, Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar was shot dead in Vancouver. On 18th of September 2023, Trudeau accused India but failed to furnish any proof. On 19th of October, Canada recalled 41 of its diplomats from India. On 3rd of May 2024, RCMP arrested 3 suspects as part of the Niger probe. On 13th of October 2024, Canada labelled Indian diplomats as person of interest. All through these proceedings, Canada did not yield to New Delhi's repeated requests demanding proof for allegations of its alleged involvement in Niger's killing. After India recalled its High Commissioner to Canada and summoned the Canadian charge d'affaires in India, Trudeau's testimony to the committee probing foreign interference vindicated New Delhi that there is no proof.
When we tell them, saying, look, you have people openly threatening leaders of India, diplomats of India. You know, sometimes the threat is not just verbal, it's physical. So their answer is freedom of speech. Okay? Now, when Indian journalists make social media comments, I mean, if you threaten the Indian High Commissioner, he is supposed to accept it as freedom of speech. But if an Indian journalist says the Canadian High Commissioner walked out of South Block looking very grumpy, it is apparently foreign interference. Now, how, look at the, I mean, this is not even, double standards is a very mild word for it. So, look, there is this thing that we will do it differently at home, we will do it differently abroad, we will do it our way, but that doesn't apply to you. So I think these are the larger, I would say, adjustments which have to happen in this changing world.
But this isn't the first time that Canada has targeted Ambassador Verma. Canada has become a sanctuary for Khalistani extremism, going as far back as 1970 when Talvinder Singh Parmar, founder of Babbar Khalsa, migrated to Canada. In 1981, Talvinder Singh Parmar claimed responsibility for the assassination of Lala Jagat Narayan, a known critic of Khalistani terrorist Jarnail Singh Bhindranwala. In 1982, Justin Trudeau's father had refused India's extradition requests. Parmar was also the mastermind of the Air India Kanishk bombing, which killed 329 passengers. Parmar was not tried for the same.
Back in June this year, on the 39th anniversary of the bombing of an Air India flight that killed more than 300 people, Trudeau did not even mention Sikh extremism, even though the accused belonged to separatist groups.
It's unclear whether Khalistanis were just vote bank for Mr. Trudeau or something more, because Hardeep Nijjar's actions were in clear violation of law for which he never faced any commensurate action. From running arms training in Canada to having received the same training in Pakistan, having traveled to Pakistan on fake identities in 2012 and 13, this unmissable connection with Pakistan was something that the Indian authorities kept raising at multiple levels.
Sources suggest Nijjar had made plans to attack Dera Sacha Sauda in 2014, but failed to do so since he could not get a visa to India. His name also figured in the most wanted list handed by the then Punjab Chief Minister Amrinder Singh to Trudeau in his 2018 visit to India. The visit garnered attention for Trudeau's desi looks, but failed to address the deepening rift between the two countries.
One thing is that Mr. Trudeau himself has been known to be very close to the Khalistani extremists and terrorists, at least through his political outreach. He has in his close circles, both in cabinet as well as in the parliament, some of his friends who are not very well inclined towards a good Canada-India relation, and certainly not towards a healthy India. He has been, now I'm quoting, I don't want to get into the domestic politics of Canada, but I'm just quoting you what the media reports, the results of the survey. His party is not faring very well in the survey reports, and his own leadership is also threatened within his own party. Now, this is something I have not picked up from any other source, otherwise I will again be called as interfering in the domestic affairs there. So this is something which I have seen in the media published from Canada itself.
Could you tell us a little bit more, and you alluded to this earlier on factionalism which exists within Khalistani sympathizers, number one, and number two, how there is gangland style warfare or battles as it were, which do take place, and that somehow the death of Niger may have been involved with that. I mean, it has nothing to do with India. Could you describe to us the nature of this gangland warfare that takes place in parts of Canada?
So first of all, let's understand what is this Khalistani extremism and terrorism originating from Canada. This is a business. This is a business because the money collected through intimidation, through extortion by these Khalistanis, they use it to destabilize India and to have their own lavish lifestyles. So if it is a business, and if I'm trying to break that away, certainly there will be repercussions. And these repercussions are their threats to the Indian diplomats, Indian leaders. Our Prime Minister has been threatened, our Home Minister has
been threatened.
I have been threatened very recently, just to give you an anecdote, very recently on Holi, so I had 10 heads and I was sort of characterized as Ravan, and then my effigy was burnt as Ravan. There was another poster where people would come and practice their firearms on my face at that poster. So many things have gone on there, which would not happen in a polite, in a society which respects others. So there no cognizance of hate crime has been taken by any of the Canadian organizations or parties.
From middling in India's farm laws to protecting Khalistanis in the name of freedom of speech, to speaking in front of the Khalistani separatist flag on Khalsa Day parade in Toronto in 2017, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's brand of politics has caused multiple friction points with India. It remains to be seen how much longer can Trudeau afford to play on the K card.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Government warns social media companies on the bomb hoax threat, says they must act or face action. The BJP fields 22 candidates in the second Maharashtra list, as the MVA is set to declare all its candidates today. Arvind Kejriwal allegedly attacked. The Aam Aadmi Party says it was BJP goons who attacked Arvind Kejriwal. The BJP rejects the allegations. Delhi chokes, but Netas make pollution a poll plank. It's the BJP versus the Aam Aadmi Party over the toxic Yamuna.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
We reached an agreement on petroling. You know, we have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the petroling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लूट.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Great pleasure to welcome you to today's session, Art is Global, the India Moment. We are honored to host three visionary talents who have made India proud on the global stage. Firstly, congratulate us. In fact, we should start congratulating the talented Anasuya Sen-Gupta, who mesmerized audiences worldwide with her captivating performance, earning her the prestigious Best Actress Award at Cannes. Next, we celebrate Mansi Maheshwari, whose thought-provoking film, Bunnyhood, captured the essence of innovation, securing the esteemed Larsen F Award. Welcome, Mansi. And we applaud now Chidanand Nayak, whose creative genius has been bright enough, earning him the coveted Lace Enough first prize. Let's celebrate together India's moment in the global art landscape. Thank you so much. Thank you, and welcome to NDTV. Anasuya, you know, it is often said that this is the power of storytelling. The storytelling which ensures that the characters unite. And then they take India moment to the world. What was it like winning and walking that carpet, the red carpet, when you were announced as the winner?
I mean, really beyond anything I had ever anticipated, to be honest, and a moment of deep, deep pride to be on a global stage alongside like extremely talented people from the fraternity as well. It was a fabulous year for our country at Cannes, I believe, with amazing films and projects which all of us have worked long and hard to mount with so much dedication and perseverance. So it was a moment, you know, it felt like it finally bearing fruit, so to say. And
coming after how many years?
The Grand Prix came after 30 years, or the first ever.
Yes.
Yeah, and the Best Actress, I believe, the first time ever.
Yes.
So amazing, really. Thank you so much.
And before I move, Anasuya, I want to understand also from you, you know, this is the India story, the Indian arts on the global stage, and it's very different from mainstream. What is being seen as mainstream? So many would say mainstream is stereotyped. Now it is Anasuya Sen-Gupta who's mainstream.
You know, so I personally do think that we are moving steadily to a time where a lot of these divisions are blurring.
Yes.
And it's a great time to thrive in the sense that, see, art is art, cinema is cinema, and there, I believe, is room for all kinds of it. There is the mainstream, there is the non-mainstream, but everything is kind of coming closer together. And yeah, to take it to a global stage, to take independent cinema from India to a stage like that was a moment of deep, deep pride, because it is difficult to get some of these projects to take off and do well, and it's really just dedication.
Yes, so Mansi, you know, this is also about India's soft power, what we call cultural diplomacy. And all of you have scripted that and continue to script it. Tell us about yourself. Bunnyhood.
Sorry, I'm laughing. Because the Bunnyhood is a story about me and my mother, and she's about to arrive soon, and she hasn't yet, so I can speak a bit freely. Well, I think Bunnyhood came from just there's so much misinformation, misconception, miscommunication in the world, and it made me just question why we lie so much. And then I just had some introspective moment and found this story in my life. Bunnyhood is a story about learning to lie and why we tell lies in life.
So how many lies have you said in the last 24 hours? And have you learned to lie?
I think when you experience this, then you actually try to become more honest in life.
Yeah.
So it's a whole journey. You learn to lie to get by in the society, and then you actually realize that you don't need to do it.
Yeah.
So this was the journey.
Tell us about the red carpet moment.
It was really incredible. Chida was obviously there with me. And because I went to NIFT before, so I was wearing my friend's dress. And it was super special. We all became friends really quickly. We were 18 directors, so it was just walking a red carpet with your friends. It was really sweet.
And what was it like, Chida, for you? And particularly when you hear that, you know, it is about India. We keep talking about it because India and Indian history, culture, heritage is very deep-rooted. So for us to win awards, maybe it's coming late, but it was long overdue.
Yeah, and you know, like a single kind of a film or a cinema can't represent India. India is a country of diversity.
Absolutely.
So in the mainstream also, the diverse group of films is put on the global platform. And very happy that a film like mine, which is originally in Kannada, gets resonated in a global language who even doesn't know the language. So that's a huge
So let's
thing.
celebrate that, ladies and gentlemen. I think that calls for a big slap, big clap.
So that's the way I think where we'll be going forward now onwards.
Chida, you know, women have more options in dressing up for the red carpet, you know, sari, lehenga, or lots. What about you? What did you choose to wear?
Well, we had rules. So there are certain rules which you can carry, and boys have like a navy blue or a black tux. So I was quite excited to watch a film and quite nervous walking.
So working across cultural boundaries, I'm sure these are thoughts that come to your mind often, that how you have transcended that, ensured that these cultural boundaries do not exist anymore. Particularly, as you said, that, regional cinema is being celebrated, not just in independent cinema, but also in mainstream cinema. And we have seen that regional cinema today represents the Indian cinema more than Bollywood does.
Like time and again, like within the few years, we are seeing that linguistic is no more a barrier.
Yes.
Like you can see a Telugu film or a Kannada film reaching across the India, even to the world. So I don't think right now we are in that, it is no more a barrier for us. So right now we'll be focusing on to tell more stories at even a more, in a bigger platform. I think it's a high time that we focus on making those films.
So when you say bigger platform, what will it be? I mean, how will it be bigger than Cannes or say La Cinef?
No, I mean, I think the more diverse approach that Chidanand is also saying that, I mean, there are big platforms are many, and there's even seeing films, the kind of films that are being discussed for the Academy. You know, there was a Malayalam language film in the talking, and so it's a matter of great pride to see, because Indian cinema does transcend just Bollywood. You know, it's so much more than that. So I think it's about time, and it's happening to see films from all over the country being pushed to these bigger and bigger platforms.
And there's a lot of cross-cultural collaborations at work as well. So are you looking at any of those, Mansi? And anything that really stands out for you?
At the moment, because I also write my films, so it's pretty much me, but all my team, because I've studied internationally, all my team is from different places around the globe. So there's loads of perspectives that come in. This is the reason why my film was in English. Firstly, because we also speak it. I'm speaking it right now. So I thought it was okay to do that. And also my friends that I made there, and I thought it would reach more people easily. And the people who were working on it could understand it better. So that even if they're not part of the story or directly bringing their culture in some ways through sound, music, I don't know, producing, the film is from everywhere.
Yes, and that would be the example of the ultimate cross-culture collaboration, because if you have a team which is almost global in nature, so how many countries are there being represented in your team alone?
I'm not even sure, but definitely there's people from South America, loads of people from Europe, from Africa, India, obviously. So we've touched many continents.
Oh, how awesome is that? So, Chidanand, you know, we have often talked about how there's need to preserve Indian cultural heritage, because you're representatives of India, you're ambassadors, cultural ambassadors, art ambassadors on the global stage. So, is there always this sense, something that's lurking behind your mind, that you should always have that cultural identity while you're talking about to a global audience, perhaps?
I think it depends on each individuals. For me, I can say for myself, where my own identity, who I am, so how I grow up, and it is already culturally very much interlinked to the socialism which is there right now. So I don't know, but I always look back. I can tell the stories where I come from, and I always tell the stories where I come from. So I think it is already interlinked with the cultural context, which is set within the story world. So it's quite already there.
So it's very representative of you.
Yeah, because I can tell the story where I come from.
Yeah.
So my story world is which I have already seen or which I have already heard, and I have put it into a fictional world, though it's a fiction. These characters comes from the things and my interpretation of that reality.
Yes, and there's a lot of interest right now, and I'm sure the audience, the younger audience is also interested in knowing what's your education background, how can they be like you? कैसे बन सकते हैं Anasuya Sengupta?
I don't even know if I'm the right example because my journey has been, I didn't strategize or plan any of this, but just to put it in a nutshell, I grew up in Calcutta. I graduated in English Literature Honours from Jadavpur University. Then I decided that I want to quickly go to Mumbai and start working in films. I wanted to act, but I also had other interests and skill sets. And before I knew it, I actually started, I realized I now have a full career as a production designer or a set designer in films. And that went on for several years. And that's, after many, many years, is when Constantine Bojanov, the director of The Shameless, approached me to cast me in the film. And I was completely taken aback how it happened, how a dream which I thought I had left behind about 15 odd years ago was now bearing fruit. So it was quite magical for me. So what I would say to younger women and men that want to follow the dreams, it's really just that keep creating, keep persevering, and not just, in the specific art form. I found that through my own self, because I've been an artist, I've been a set designer. Now I think is my phase of being an actor to open out. So I do think it's really all about expression, and the mediums could or could not change, but we have to kind of keep our eyes on the goal, wanting to express what we believe in, our thoughts, our ideas, and there's constant opportunity to keep collaborating with wonderful people. And that for me personally has been a really big win, because with each experience, I have learned something. And eventually, I think all of those have contributed to the work that I could put in as the actress in The Shameless.
Yes. So, because we have very, very talented, I would say supremely talented actors on the stage. So now I want to understand your journeys and what next. What kind of projects do you have? Because right now we are looking at also a lot of digital collaborations. Mansi, that art is becoming digital. Everything has gone digital. AI, is AI a matter of concern for you? And how much of AI do you use in your work?
I use AI for emails because I don't want to write them. But my whole film was hand-drawn. I drew 8,000 frames, and they were all hand-painted. So it was all scanned. I didn't even use a camera to make my film. So it might be going digital, but there's still ways to do what you want to do. And for the young people, I don't think you can replicate anyone's journey. You just need to keep listening to what you can do next or what you want to do next, and whatever is easy. When I was in school, I found English and art very easy. And this is all I'm using now. I draw and I use words.
So did you actually, while you were in school, think that you'll become an actor one day? Did you aspire for it?
No. I didn't think about it at all. I think in passing, I thought maybe directing would be a good idea. But I don't know, in our country, it's a very hard choice to make when you come from, not that background.
What background? Let's talk.
My dad is a businessman. They have a family business. My brother works with him, and my mother as well.
So you don't have a film background?
Yeah.
But you became filmy.
I think I only started doing film because of lockdown. There was not much to do, and I decided to do something, and that came very naturally to me. I started putting stories on, not stories, like I started creating animation and putting up on Instagram, and it wasn't for the likes. I don't think I got many. But it was just really fun, and
no, it's really incredible, you know, how lives have changed post-lockdown. It is almost like we start describing ourselves about pre-lockdown era and post-lockdown, because we have survived a pandemic, you know, a health emergency, unprecedented, and then we talk about, like, you know, your life changed during the lockdown. What changed for you, Chida?
There was a sudden change, but for me it was a gradual, organic change. I never thought I will be a filmmaker at first place. So I was a cinephile, and I am a MBBS graduate. So this is something very like a 180-degree flip for me.
So while you were studying MBBS, you thought that you can act as well?
No, I had no thought. I was a cinephile. I basically loved watching films. I realized I like watching films because while growing up, we were not allowed to watch films in house. So we are only asked to study. And I was on that rat race of like getting those ranks in CET or whatever it is. So while studying, I discovered, with the, like as you said, there was a digital boom, and with the access of internet, I was getting exposure of a lot of films. So that's how it was a slow and a gradual process for me.
That's fantastic, you know. Anasuya, you know, there is a way in which the Indian talent is now being seen and perceived worldwide. Do you think the lens has changed?
I would say a little bit, and I think you said it earlier when we started the chat that it's a long time coming. So I couldn't be happier, and I think it feels like the rest of the world is kind of sitting up a little bit and looking at what's always been there. It's not that we've not had brilliant filmmakers and actors and actresses and all kinds of artists, but the reach in the last 20 odd years has just been increasing, the way with social media, with just the access. And I do think people are taking stock of talent coming out of India a lot more now. And I think it's just us getting our dues, and I hope it happens even more now.
And is it more to do with women? Their perseverance matters.
I think so.
Yes.
I think so. And I think in the last 10 odd years, there's been a lot more women-led voices in the arts. And there's a difference. It's for us to see. There are wonderful films like Lapata Ladies.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, which is, you know, our official entry. What a proud moment. And Payal Kapadia's win at the Grand Prix, which is an entirely, story of female friendships. And so I think it's a time for more women voices the world over anyway, and more so for our country, because we've been working on it for a long time. And I do believe that we are really here, a Mansi or a I, we're standing on the shoulders of giants, really. There have been tireless work by fantastic and brilliant women for so many, many years who have done it perhaps even without due recognition.
Yes.
And so now it's on us to kind of take it forward.
Yes, so they have cleared quite a bit of the path for you to walk, and then you have to clear even more for others who will follow you.
And for the others to run.
Yeah, for you to run as well now. Mansi? Yes, women storytellers, women on the world stage, Indian talent, Indian women particularly.
I think Anusaya covered it pretty much. But the funny thing about my story is, in Bunnyhood, everyone thought no one recognized it was a girl. Everyone said congratulations because I was able to show a non-binary kid really well. And then I told everyone, no, it's a personal story. So I think my storytelling is more for the people in general. Whoever can relate to it, it's for everyone.
Yes. Yes. So, we have complete dominance of women on the stage today. That's the case, I would say. Now, in every sphere, when women talk, they talk. And when they stand very tall.
I think it's high time we start celebrating it, and it should be celebrated more often.
I think I left you with no choice but to say so.
I don't know songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just
Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global south especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a
Hello everyone, this is The Big Fight and I'm Maria Shakil. This week has seen a reset in India, China, which were in the red since the Galwan clashes in 2020. First came the news of an agreement between the two sides to disengage at the key points on LAC in Ladakh. The two sides agreed on patrolling in the respective areas and revert back to the April 2020 situation. And then the big Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping bilateral meet in Russia on the sidelines of the BRICS summit. This was the first meeting between the two leaders in 5 years. Both the leaders welcomed the border agreement and stressed on the need to settle disputes with dialogue and to be sensitive to each other's concerns. Now, the disengagement on LAC has begun, and army sources say that it will be complete by the month end. But how far can India trust China, given the checkered history of India-China relations? And will Beijing really walk the talk on the peace move? This is the big question that we ask on the show tonight. Joining me on the show, we have Jennifer Zeng, who is a Chinese affairs expert, joining me from New York City. We have Ashok Kanta, former ambassador of India to the People's Republic of China. Lieutenant General Subrata Saha is a former member of National Security Advisory Board and former Deputy Chief of Army Staff. And Jiong Gong is a China foreign expert and Brahmachalani is strategic affairs expert. I'm going to begin with you, Jennifer. What do you think was the reason and what significant shifts occurred in India's and China's positions that enabled this disengagement? What is the reading?
I think we all understand we are now in a very fast changing world. The situation in between Russia and Ukraine in the Middle East, and also what happened right now with the United States with some called the most important election in the history of America. So with all this fast changing geopolitics, of course, the CCP's Chinese Communist Party's long-term goal of attacking Taiwan, or what they say about reclaim Taiwan. So you need to look at the new whatever agreement between India and China under this bigger picture and what's really the most urgent and important matter in the CCP's mind. And another issue maybe the outside world failed to pay attention to is the domestic political situation and the power struggle inside China. So we've observed a number of very unusual, you can say, phenomena, which is questioning the political stable or whether there's a political stable state in China. So all this we need to consider together. So, but at the end of all, the CCP is never to be trusted.
Okay, and Lieutenant General Saha, you know, how can India and China really build on this momentum to resolve outstanding border disputes and strengthen bilateral relations?
Yeah, so thanks, Maria. Firstly, I think it's too early to call it a momentum. It's just the start of the process, and we have to be a little patient. And yeah, for sure, whatever be the motivations of China, whether it is to, kind of de-stress the economy. The previous speaker spoke, Jennifer spoke about political domestic struggles within, or whether it is to get away from a two-front scenario. The point is, from India's point of view, I think first and foremost, is the ability to go and patrol these areas, which I think for long we have not patrolled. And I must mention that these patrol areas, particularly the ones in Depsang, are actually short of the LAC. These were restrictions which were imposed sometime in the late 70s, I think 78, and we are going up till that, and even that had stopped from 2020, which was not good at all. So I'm glad that that is opening. And likewise, if you see the other one, as we are hearing, is the CNN junction, as they call it, Chardung Nilum Nala junction. So that's another one in the area of Demchok, on which, I mean, there's a number of times that we have had face-offs and things like that. Night patrols face-off also several occasions. So I'm glad that that patrolling business is happening. Okay. And if you look at the immediate, future, I think, as we all understand, all the peace and tranquility agreements, whether it is the 93, 96, 2005, 2013, all of them were turned on their head after 2020. So really, it's a big, long process to start reviewing all of that. Because, for example, we never had buffer zones, nobody has spoken about the buffer zones, whether it is in Pangong's North Bank, whether it is the Gogra Hot Springs, whether it is, Galwan. So now how are we going? This is a new dimension in the entire scheme of things. In fact, very senior people have recently commented that we have to wait and watch how the trust builds. So I think this is critical on the review of the peace and tranquility. And of course, in the long term, the announcement has been made that the two special review representatives, i.e. NSA from India's side and Wang Yi from the Chinese side, should meet at the earliest. Well, that obviously is the long-term objective. If that can happen, wonderful. But then it is a period which we will have to, deal with a lot of caution and, of course, certainly optimism. I'm not saying don't be optimistic, but it is a period which will require a lot of caution.
Lieutenant General Sir, thank you for saying that we have to be circumspect at this moment because of the checkered history between the two countries. But Brahmachalani, come in on this. You know, Jennifer spoke about economic pressures. How did economic pressures, according to you, including trade disruptions and sanctions, impact the decision to disengage and the shift in Indian and Chinese positions?
China is clearly running into long-term structural constraints, including a deepening demographic crisis, slowing economic growth, slowing productivity gains, and also as well as death issues. One doesn't know whether these structural issues played a role in Xi Jinping's readiness to resolve matters with India, but he made a terrible miscalculation in 2020 when he ordered those encroachments on Indian borderlands in East Ladakh. And what's happening now is a good move toward rapprochement between China and India. These two countries make up 1/3 of the global population, and any kind of rapprochement between them will have global implications. Having said that, we should keep in mind that this engagement is just the first step. There has to be de-escalation and de-induction of forces. That will be a long-haul process because China has actually changed facts on the ground. It has created new military realities by building permanent infrastructure, especially underground infrastructure, all along the Himalayan frontier. And while we are focused now just on 2 areas in East Ladakh, the fact is that there are military standoffs elsewhere along the Himalayan frontier, including on the Sikkim-Tibet border, Arunachal-Tibet border, and according to what's appearing in the Indian media, that some of these other standoffs also are going to be slowly resolved, hopefully, because the details have not been finalized. So it's going to be a long process. And I think that one has to keep in mind that the last time there was a disengagement deal between China and India, that happened in 2017. It happened after a 73-day standoff on Doklam Plateau. That disengagement did not go well because the Chinese gave the impression that they were disengaging. They did withdraw some forces, but then they came back. And then they began building permanent infrastructure on Doklam. And within 3 to 4 months, they'd actually effectively captured the entire Doklam Plateau. So we have to be very careful because, you know, the hype in the Indian media about a breakthrough is a bit premature because many of the things have yet to be negotiated. And the implementation of the first process itself will take some time. And I think we should therefore not get swept away by this hype.
Okay. So you agree with Lieutenant General Saha that there should be a great degree of caution, but optimism, yes. So Jiongong, there is this sense that China cannot be trusted because there was a process of disengagement which began in 2017 and then we saw what followed. So the question really is that we are trying to understand the India position, what led India to change its position and go in for this disengagement. What about the Chinese?
Well, first, let me start by saying that what we have done so far is really for the purpose of maintaining a peaceful situation with India. I think the argument that this is motivated by something related to Taiwan or something related to domestic politics is a laughable argument. It's just not a serious argument at all. I think this is purely motivated by the need to make progress at the BRICS summit. The fact that China's geopolitical calculation is making some adjustment. And I think this kind of adjustment is also on the part of India as well. India is also trying to make a balance between, on one side, keeping connections with the West, at the same side, also keeping relations with the members of the BRICS community. I think if you look at the economic situation, the trade between China and India is actually booming. Regarding your question about whether China is trusted or not, I think that's just very much an Indian perspective. I think the conflict that interrupted in the 1960s and later in the 1980s has many reasons, and I think I can fully understand that the Indian side will attribute everything to the Chinese side, but I could equally argue that the Chinese side will say pretty much the same thing. But the fact of the matter is that we need to move forward. And do not look back. And I think that this settlement at least is a step in the right direction. We need to. There's no really need for fighting over a vast amount of land that's totally manless land. There's nobody living there. There's no need to fight over that. I think it should be on a negotiating table. Both sides seriously talk about it and try to reach a settlement. At least I think the agreement about the patrol issue is definitely a step in that direction.
Okay, so then Ambassador Kantha, help us understand, was there any international mediation here which perhaps was instrumental in facilitating this disengagement, or was it a realization only on the part of these two countries?
Well, I don't think there was any international mediation. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri mentioned that Russia provided the venue because BRICS summit was in Kazan, Russia. So Prime Minister Modi and President Xi met there. Apart from that, I'm not aware of any international mediation. I'll be very surprised if there was any international involvement in India and China working out their own differences. That's not the history of India-China engagement. But let me also come in here and comment on some of the points made by other colleagues. First, I will share the sense of caution reflected in remarks made by General Saha and Professor Chelani. We need to put this understanding in perspective. Just look at the media readouts coming from Indian side and Chinese side. We are calling it a complete disengagement and resolution of issues arising out of developments in 2020, whereas Chinese readout doesn't even use the word disengagement or agreement. It only says that important progress has been made. Now, what progress has been made? Facts are still not clear to us. They have not been made public, but Foreign Secretary has clarified that disengagement arrangements discussed and announced on 21st October are limited to Depsang Plains and Demchok. As General Saha mentioned, we were visiting certain patrolling points. It's the expectation we'll resume visiting. But, fine print matters here. What will be the limit of Chinese patrolling on our side of the LAC? Because essentially we are talking about these areas which are on our side of the LAC. What will happen to various structures which have been developed there? What will be nature of patrolling? Will there be restrictions of patrolling by us? All these issues remain unclear. Moreover, equally important, we had problem in other areas as well. In Galwan Valley, where we had a bloody clash on the night of 15-16 June 2020, Gogra, Hot Spring, Pankung Lake area. What was agreed upon earlier involved creation of buffer zones. As General Shah mentioned, that this is concept alien to management of India-China borders, and it involved imposition of restrictions on patrolling by Indian troops on our side of the line of actual control, access by Indian graziers to grazing grounds they were traditionally using. So as long as that is not resolved, what Army Chief mentioned on 22nd October in a public speech, that we would like to see restoration status quo as of April 2020. Right. That will not be achieved because buffer zones were not there, these restrictions were not there. Let me quickly make two other points. We are talking about disengagement, but there's equally important issue of demilitarization of the border. Our nature of border has been changed completely. So there will be a difficult, complex process of de-escalation of troops along the borders, most specifically in eastern Ladakh. And besides, what came out of meeting between the Prime Minister Modi and President Xi was essentially re-engagement between two countries. We are far from reset in relations. In fact, the process of normalization of borders will also take quite some time, and only after borders have been normalized, we should look at normalization overall relations, let alone reset the ties, because there are whole lot of structural difficulties between India and China which should not be overlooked.
Okay, so these structural differences that we are looking at, General Saha, what lessons can be drawn from this 5-year standoff and subsequent disengagement which is happening?
You see, Maria, ultimately, whatever we have seen now is the outcome of 17 border personnel meeting at a little higher level from routine, at the Corps Commander level, and 21 meetings of what is called WMCC, Working Mechanism for Consultation and Coordination. Frankly, the two higher upper tiers, the annual defense dialogue, which happens with the defense secretary leading the Indian delegation, that hasn't happened. And the highest level, of course, our NSA has been meeting Wang Yi in different forums, but not strictly in what is called the strategic representative level talks. So really the two upper tiers have not happened at all. So if you look at the current framework, only the two which are lower in the pecking order have been able to achieve something, and I would not for a moment trivialize the importance of the higher directions that they have got, because actually we got first hints of what might be coming after the NSA's meet, BRICS NSA's meet in September this year. That was the time you could see that there was a statement which was suggestive of an expeditious, words to that effect, resolution of whatever was being discussed on the ground. So therefore, I think the important point here is these structures which have been lying defunct for so long, they need to be revived early, and the challenges, I think, has been brought out by several speakers, Professor Brahmachalani, Ambassador Kantha. I think they are humongous, absolutely. So therefore, we'll have to see, how we are going to deal with this. My one point here is, it is very important because in the BDCA, the Border Defense and Cooperation Agreement 2013, we had emphasized on the requirement of more border personnel meetings. So therefore, one got opened in Kibithu in Arunachal Wolong area. I think there is a requirement of opening many more of these BPMs so that at the ground level, we are able to actually, talk to each other, verify, otherwise we are talking, in broader terms, trust but verify. Verification has to happen on the ground. And so for that, you require a whole lot of BPMs whose points, which require contentious points, which require resolution, can come back to the WMCC and it can be resolved. And frankly, as I look at it, the WMCC has to meet much more frequently than what it was designed for earlier to be able to resolve it if we are serious in what we are trying to achieve. And at the same time, while all these structures of talking to each other are in place, it is important that we parallelly take up further development of our infrastructure and further development of our strategic deterrence, because for us, let's be sure, the mobilization, although it was a very, very rapid mobilization, very resolute mobilization, robust, but it is not easy. Okay. To expect that it will keep getting repeated every time, I think we need to use this little, elbow space that we have got very judiciously and effectively to be able to make ourselves prepared for any contingencies that may arise in the future.
Okay, so Jennifer, just take this thought forward in terms of mechanisms which will be put in place to verify and monitor this entire disengagement process from the Chinese side.
I agree. I think I remembered Michael Pompeo, the former U.S. Secretary of State, said whenever you deal with the CCP, it's distrust and then verified. In terms how important the CCP regards or look at this agreement or whatever disengagement with India, First of all, there's no whatever formal report about this. It's just only mentioned by passing when they report about the Xi Jinping's meeting with Modi, just one sentence saying there is some progressive development making in terms of the border issue. And when I search for the Chinese report, the only one article I got is they say they are talking about there's solution is achieved, but the reason they gave out is because India has now in a very bad situation. Their relationship with Russia is changed because they can't offer any substantial assistance to Russia as China can. So Russia is not happy with India, and also America is not happy with India because America is too focused on the Middle East. So because of India is so isolated in the international affairs, that's why they want to make a peace agreement or whatever with China. So that's how the Chinese commentators are looking at this affair. They're not
Brahmachalani, I'll give you the last word on the big fight tonight. You know, in terms of the next few days, what will you be watching out for? The question that I started the show with, will the dragon walk the talk, and can they be trusted, given the kind of trust deficit that exists?
To answer that question, one has to look at the big picture.
Yes.
Ever since China came under communist rule in 1949, this expansionist impulse of the CCP has been at the root of China's troubles with its neighbors, including with India. How did China become India's neighbor? It imposed itself as India's neighbor by occupying Tibet, which was the historical buffer. Since then, we have seen this expansionist element bedeviling relations between China and India. Now, why did Xi Jinping order those encroachments on Indian borderlands in 2020? If he had to 4 years later, 4.5 years later, withdraw his forces from some of those encroached areas, there's no explanation. That is, if he does withdraw forces, we don't know as yet. For example, in Devsang, they encroached 18 kilometers into Indian territory. Will they withdraw fully 18 kilometers back and allow Indian forces to patrol up to the points they were patrolling earlier? We don't know as yet. So I think one has to be very cautious. And I think in the coming months and coming years, the process that has just begun will have to be implemented in sequential stages. Disengagement to be followed by de-escalation and eventually by de-induction. De-induction is going to be very problematic because of the changed facts on the ground. Given the fact that they have, the Chinese have created new military infrastructure, permanent structures, how can there be de-induction? So I think one has to keep in mind that while what we are seeing is a positive trend, its implementation will require further negotiations and further diplomacy.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us, Brahmachalani Jeonggong, Lieutenant General Saha Ashokanta, and Jennifer Zeng. That's all from me on this edition of The Big Fight. I'll be seeing you next week. Thanks so much for watching.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020. And we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Queen of Bollywood, the icon of Indian glamour, the ultimate global Desi girl, Kareena Kapoor Khan. From Pooh's unstoppable sass to Geet's irrepressible joy they weave, Kareena's characters have captured hearts worldwide. With a career spanning over 2 decades, to be specific, 25 years, Kareena, she has proved to be a talent that knows no borders. As a true global Indian, Kareena effortlessly rocks a lehenga or a sari on the Cannes red carpet. She slays the Instagram game, I would say, with 10 million followers, 10 plus in fact, and still manages to make us laugh, cry with her unforgettable performances. Today, we are honored to have Kareena Kapoor Khan with us to share her inspiring journey, her take on global citizenship, and perhaps some secret to her fabulousness. Get ready for a session that's equal parts fun, fierce, and fabulous, just like Kareena Kapoor Khan. And as she says, मैं अपनी favorite हूँ. Kareena, welcome. Thank you so much, and welcome to NDTV, and welcome to Delhi.
Ooh, thank you. Always, I was in fact, मैं परसों ही दिल्ली में ही थी, because we had gone to Pataudi for 3-4 days. It was our anniversary. Yes. So Delhi also always feels like home, and I love coming back.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
How many years to that?
Oh God, I think almost 13 years of marriage, but it still feels like 3. I still keep it exciting.
So, you know, Kareena, you are today a global style icon, somebody who wears Indianness on the global stage. So before we'll be dividing this conversation in two parts. We'll be speaking about you as a style icon and also as a supremely fantabulous actor. So let's start with the style icon part. What are the fashion sensibilities do you think you have that have actually conquered the world and which is very much Indian in nature?
Well, coming to Indian fashion, I think it's evolved so much, whether it's in films, whether it's on the red carpet, whether it's now with people just having access to the gram. I think people are just looking out for Indian fashion, and I'm happy that it's a great moment for the fashion industry because of its great craftsmanship, I feel. I feel the Indian heritage and their craftsmen are finally getting its due, whether it's our great Indian designers like Amit Agarwal, like Manish Malhotra. I think they're using our Indian artisans to its core, which is what is grabbing the attention on global platform. It's also Indian fashion, I think, is also, I think, हमारे जो साड़ियों की जो color है, जो रंग है, I think that is something that grabs everyone's attention when you're on the Cannes red carpet or you're at IFA or you're anywhere. I mean, if I'm on holiday and I decide to sometimes, put on a nice Indian outfit, everyone is just like, oh my God, it just grabs those eyeballs. So I think it's being true to, it's the Indian culture, the fashion, whether it's, which it's bandhanis, which it's colors. So I think it's just, India's having such a great fashion moment. I mean, all our designers are, opening stores at different places all over the world. People want to, it's no more, I think, that, I mean, of course, like we wear Western clothes as well, a lot of us. It's no more that only the Indians are wearing their saris and, it's not just that. I think all over the world, everyone in every culture and every race wants to wear a beautiful colored sari, a beautiful colored lehenga. I mean, till today, like आपने जब introduce किया था, तो आपने कहा that she rocks a lehenga. I think that leja जो lehenga था, I think Manish ने इतने सारे लहंगेस बेचे उसका. That's because people have, they just took to that color, the cut, the song. So, I mean, it's always it's been having its moment, and I've been part of that, and I'm really, really lucky.
So, Kareena, lehenga, sari or shalwar kameez?
Now, I mean, shalwar kameez, is home because Geet loved her shalwar kameezes.
Yes.
And for me, it's like ghar ki baat hai. Kurta and shalwar, like I love it. I mean, I feel I look the best. I'm most comfortable also in that. So I'll go with that.
Shalwar kameez. So I'm sure there are a lot of people who have a lot of questions. I'm going to open the floor for that. But before that, let's talk more about Kareena Kapoor Khan. 10 million plus followers. You have followers all over the world. So when you land, because I follow Instagram a lot, and I can say that I admire your unapologetic Kareena Kapoor Khan ways. Be it about your family, your children, the manner in which you make it so seamless about yourself, and you have been one of the most phenomenal actors of all times. So what will you say when you move from Cannes to Bollywood? How has the lens changed towards Indian actors? And what do people tell you when you are there?
Firstly, I think everyone is always fascinated by our nation, our culture. Because it's such a great heritage and tradition that I think everyone, when you say from India, they're like, wow, we have to come to India once. Because whether it's the food, whether it's the culture, whether it's, like you said, the craftsmanship, the fashion, it's historical places, it's places of worship, everything has something magnificent about it, which just, like I said, captures the imagination of people around the world. As far as Indian movies are concerned, I think there's a huge craze, a huge phenomenon, and a huge respect for our Indian movies. And one reason which I've noticed is that because our Indian movies are always true to itself. We're very authentic. हमें नाच गाना पसंद है, हमें emotion पसंद है, रोना धोना पसंद है, मार धाड़ पसंद है. So we're constantly being true to our culture, which I love about it. गीत को जाना है घर छोड़ के तो जाना ही है, वो करके दिखाएगी, वो करेगी अपनी लाइफ.
It is your favorite character.
I mean, I
of
think
all of
she
25 years.
She represents a certain Punjabiness and a girl who has dreams, who wants to dream big and follow her heart and just do what she wants. And I think that's how that character 25 years or 20 years later is still resonating in a kind of pop culture way to India. So I think that is one reason why our films are watched globally and enjoyed in our language, in our Hindi language, because it's the song, the dance, they wait for that. So we have to kind of, be true to our heritage, which we are, and that's what everyone loves about it. And that's what I think also sets us apart, because, I mean, we have so many different kinds of cinema, like, which we watch, whether it's Korean, whether it's French, whatever, whether it's different regional kind of cinema, international cinema. But somewhere, I think, you still enjoy doing Natu, Natu, Natu on that stage of the Oscars. It kind of gives you that beat, that upbeat vibe. So somewhere India is got that representation, and it feels nice to be true to it.
And you often congratulate your contemporaries, and you also congratulate the winners very often. I mean, it's great pride, particularly when Indians win these laurels on foreign stages,
Yeah, of
international
course.
awards.
I think, Para-Olympians are Olympians. I think we've done so well, and we're going from strength to strength. So it kind of, I feel if the nation doesn't participate in their glory also, I think it, it doesn't feel like we want to encourage them. We want them to feel that, we're all watching them.
It's also okay, 1.5 billion का फायदा क्या है अगर हम लोग celebrate नहीं कर सकें एक दूसरे को?
I think so. The celebration is the main thing. That's also part of, very much a part of our culture, ना? कि हर चीज़ में हम कुछ भी हो, Indian हम कुछ भी हो celebrate कर लेते हैं, हाँ? खुश रहते हैं. तो it doesn't matter कि सबसे बड़ा celebration हो या सबसे छोटा celebration हो. The idea is that I think we have learned to make the best of what we have.
And right now, everybody is watching Kareena Kapoor Khan in Buckingham Murders. So, international collaborations and crossovers. Which is the favorite one for you?
Well, I mean, Buckingham Murders was just like a small kind of, more like a crossover in the sense we shot it in London, so we kind of wanted to keep it Hindi, English, be true to its kind of authenticity of the film, the way it was, the area that it was being shot in. So it's such a special film, and it's going to come on Netflix on the 8th of November. So whoever didn't watch it in the cinemas, I really want them to go and watch it, because I somehow feel, for me, being a first-time producer on that film, it was just something that I बहुत ही special था, and मुझे लग रहा है कि मेरे career का best performance है, तो definitely I want people to watch it.
Okay, so you have made a pitch as well.
Listen, I'm an actor. I have to, अभी आदत सी हो गई है थोड़ा pitch करना. But I not really pitching. I'm just, after 25 years, I feel that I want people to just watch this film.
I'm sure we
But
will.
Coming back to the collaboration, I think the best collaboration has to be, क्योंकि हम दिलजीत दोसांझ के बहुत बड़े fan हैं, वो तो सब जानते हैं. तो crew में नैना का गाना जो था, and he has taken it and Punjabi music to a completely different level and put us on, the global billboards. So whether it's his collaboration on Naina with Ed Sheeran or whatever, I think he's just been so true again to his roots and his culture. So for me, I think Naina was such a special song. So collaborating, that was a great international collaboration for him all.
And I think he's also your fan.
हम तो उनके fan हैं, वो पता नहीं क्या हमें. Well, I hope so, because I'm such a big fan of his.
Since you're talking about pitches, so let's talk about you as a global ambassador and art ambassador, Indian cinema ambassador. What's your elevator pitch for brand India?
Well, like I said, that in India, I feel is in films, because I'm an actor, I can speak in terms of films, that I think we're being, like I said, very true to ourselves, where I want people to watch more and more Indian films. I mean, now I think whether it's Lapata Ladies that is now going on to the Oscars, it's such a moment. And also, if you see the films that have always been chosen, have also been so true in its roots. It's like the story of Lapata Ladies is is something that, I'm sure it happens.
Yes.
You feel like, and you feel close to it. And you see Journey of Two Women. And the whole idea is that it's put India and its emotion on the map. Everyone is talking about it. It's not like, कि films dub हो रही हैं, Russian में, German में, French में. I think Indian language में films देख रहे हैं. And for me, I would like to tell everybody, I think globally, since, it's a global summit, that our language is actually very easy to understand. And now with, those who can't, I think now we have the OTT platform, which is having subtitles. You can enjoy at least our films so much more. So I think that is something that I would like to definitely stress on, that try to watch our films in our Indian language and enjoy that a little bit more.
And Kareena, you are part of the 100 crore club, the crew.
But अब तो films बदल रही है, क्योंकि 100 करोड़ से अब 500 crore की तरफ जा रहे हैं, 600 crore, 700 crore. So it's growing, and which is great. The business is growing.
So we have seen all women crew from being a producer, writer, director, and also actors. Just before your session, we had two very, very fascinating women. Anasuya Sen-Gupta, who has won Best Actress at Cannes. Yes. So, we had them, and Mansi, who won Best Actor at La Cinef. So we have seen women achieve that, and Indian women in particular. So, when you look at all women crew, what is it that plays on your mind? And, you are a strong feminist who have made Indians celebrate Indian women in particular.
हाँ, अभी तो मैंने क्रू भी किया था, क्योंकि लोग कहते हैं ना कि when you do a heist film तो सिर्फ लड़के कर सकते हैं, सिर्फ हीरोज कर सकते हैं. बट हम हीरोइंस ने करके दिखाया कि हम भी कर सकते हैं, और सबने एंजॉय भी किया. तो आई थिंक देयर इज समथिंग अबाउट बीइंग टुगेदर with all, like an all women crew, like working with no heroes in the film and working with, all girls. Or maybe a female director, like I worked with Reema Kadgi in Talash. I think there's just that sense of belonging that you have, that we can do this, we will do this. So many people always say कि नहीं, अगर बड़ा स्टार नहीं है, हीरो नहीं है, देखते ना कि पिक्चर चलेगी कि 100 crore मारेगी या 200 crore मारेगी. But the idea is that people are still, they want to watch these movies. They're going to watch these movies. So there's nothing that women can't really do,
So it was almost like collectively lifting those 100 crores, you, Tabu, and
and uplifting each other. No?
Yeah,
the whole idea is that women also have to uplift each other, I feel.
Yes, so, in terms of your own legacy, 25 years and counting, and the choices that you have made from Refugee to Geet to Talash to now, it's very diverse and very reflective of how Kareena has grown in the cinema and has understood what are the requirements of Indian cinema globally, because the world is watching. We are a digital world, so very, very connected world.
So actually, I was in Greece recently, and a local person came up to me and said that I saw your film on Netflix. So Jaane Jahan, which she had watched, and she was excited about it. And she was like, it's such an amazing film. So I think that I took it as a compliment that, so many people are watching our movies, across the world, which is amazing. And my choice of roles has to keep changing. And I think that's what I've tried to always achieve in trying to grow with the audiences. Because audiences का भी taste बदलता है हर 4-5 साल में, generations बदलते हैं, लोगों का ख्यालात बदलता है. तो हमें भी एक्टर्स की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है कि ऑडियंस के साथ साथ हमें भी बदलना चाहिए. अपने एक्टिंग में you have to reflect upon your performances and try to do something different. So that is something that I take great pride in doing, in changing myself in my different characters. So from Poo to Geet or Talash or Jaane Jahan or Buckingham Murders. I've tried to play different people on screen, and I really, really enjoy that.
So I'm going to open the floor to questions now. And where is Jumru? Jumru, okay, so I have a surprise for you, Kareena. We have a senior of yours from Welham.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Always.
Where is our favorite Rini?
Here.
Rini.
Thank you.
Rini, you have a message for your junior?
Hi, hi.
As a senior, could I say hi, Junie?
Oh. I'm so happy. Always great to meet a fellow Welhamite.
Yeah, and
in Delhi.
I love the fact that you love your salwar kameez because that was our uniform.
I
the
know, with the
tadpoles.
tadpoles. How can you forget? And the blue dupatta.
And do you recognize this?
Oh, God, yes, my God. You're a proud Welhamite.
I'm a proud Welhamite, yes. And I'm sure you are too, and we're all very proud of you as a Welhamite.
Thank
and
you.
good luck to you in your career.
Thank you so much.
And I'd just like to say, go Welham.
Yeah, of course, always go Welham.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Jumru, go ahead.
And Kareena, if I may, you know, hoigi Rihanna, hoigi Beyonce, sadi tai hi Rihanna, hi Beyonce. Once again, give it up for her. And now I want to go to somebody else who wants to ask a question. There you go. Yes, sir.
Hi, Kareena. I'm a food and travel influencer.
Okay.
And you must have traveled the world. And like you said, Delhi is a home to you. So what's that one place where our Bebo goes to, that one favorite restaurant in Delhi?
In Delhi?
Yes.
Bukhara.
Oh.
I think it would be
Any street food options?
street food options. I mean, gaadi mein parathe wali gali always.
Chandni Chowk?
Chandni Chowk. I mean, I haven't gone in years, but gobsmacking food in Delhi. And like, I mean, the whole world knows that I'm crazy about like food and I'm very unapologetic about it.
And you love chole bhature?
I love chole bhature, aloo paratha. I love all of these.
Recently you had it.
Biryani, of course. I mean, like, I'm a Kapoor, yaar.
This is more like a food podcast now.
I can go on about it.
One more question, I think, from a young girl who's probably a young geet here. Yes.
Thank you so much. Hello, ma'am. I'm Nancy. I'm a student of University of Delhi. I'm pursuing political science honors. There are some things I wanted to ask you. You have played such diverse roles, and you're an actor who gives your all to the characters. You're so confident, and so I wanted to ask, you know, do those characters influence your daily life? Do they change your behavior? Secondly, you're so self-assured, you're so confident. I've seen you like from my childhood years. You have formed my personality in a way. So I wanted to ask if you had some advice for youngsters like me, like my friend. We're mainly 20 now. And if you could give us some advice so that we could find our footing in this fast-paced world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the first part of the question was that do my characters leave any, you know, influence on my day-to-day life? I mean, I think that thoda bahut, when you definitely stay with that particular character for a time, you start enjoying being that person. So when you're shooting for the film, it's good to be in that, in your day-to-day life as well, you know. So it helps you stay in that rhythm. Though I don't bring many of my characters home and my work home because I'm very switch on, switch off. In that sense, I'm very lucky because otherwise then, you know, it'll be really tough to, you know, be in that character, in that zone all the time. Because I do few dark characters also which I enjoy playing, you know. As far as advice goes, I definitely would like to say that for young girls of today, saying no should not make them feel that they're not confident. No means no, whether it's something that you're not comfortable doing, whether it's something that you're not comfortable wearing, whether it's something that you're not comfortable eating, shape, size, a job that you're looking forward to doing. If you feel it's something less for you, one should not take it. One should be so self-assured that one can push yourself to achieve and do something better. So I think no being an answer should always be something that should be reassuring rather than making you feel underconfident.
That's very well taken. Thank you so much, Kareena, for that advice. I'm sure several girls in the audience would be taking that home with them.
And one more question here from this lady who's from Hungary. Yes.
Thank you so much. Kareena, first of all, I love all your movies. Jab We Met is absolutely favorite. And I think you are the best Indian actress, according to my opinion. And since we are here at the global kind of summit and talking about NDTV going global. I would love to understand your aspirations to go global and maybe kind of explore even more like Hollywood or something else.
I think, of course, with, I think the world is coming closer. Everyone's, watching everybody's films. Everyone's coming together. So much connectivity, especially, I think, through events, films, OTT platforms. Definitely an international collaboration with an Indian actor, an American actor, who knows, a Korean film. I think, like I said, films also, language knows that's not a barrier, knows no boundaries, So never say never. I'm a huge fan of Meryl Streep. I would just love to stand in the frame with her, but I don't know if that would happen, but always dreams do come true.
So I'll take that thought a little forward. So who is your dream global collaborator?
I think I'm a huge fan of Meryl Streep. I don't know, to see her someday, to see Meryl Streep someday, to just, see if she's real.
When it is about what kind of world would you be seeing? What would you want Jay to grow up into? In the sense, the world that he should be seeing?
A world of love, happiness, peace. Somebody who would always be and lend his voice to the truth, voice to safety for women, knowing that, he has a brother doesn't mean that he doesn't have a right to protect other girls. He will be somebody's, father or husband someday. So I hope he values what his mother has done for him, because he sees his mother and father go to work. So he understands that it's important for women to be safe, to go to work, to feel happy. These are things that I don't hide from him. He's watching it every day. So I want him to grow up knowing and normalizing that, women are as equal as men, and they can also be the front runners, because he's seeing it every day.
Kareena, because that brings me to something that we saw just a few weeks back when the entire country was outraging about the incident which happened in, very, very worrying incident which happened in Kolkata. So, that safety, security that you speak about, and particularly for women, and everybody then spoke about how it's important for young boys to be taught to respect women.
I think it starts at home. And it starts for young boys at a very tender age of maybe 4 or 5, when they start understanding, the difference between a boy and a girl, and how women should be respected, how a girl should be respected. So it's up to starting at home for mothers to understand and tell their young little boys. And this conversation is important to have with your child, however uncomfortable, but it must be told, they must be shown the way. Also, children understand with more words than action. So if they kind of also see their mother doing things, like now Taimur understands that, I've told him I'm speaking today at a very important event. So he's excited, he's like, what are you going to talk about? When I go home, he might ask me. So we'll talk about different things that I said. So they like to, see through action. So these conversations are important to have.
So with that, thank you so much, Kareena Kapoor Khan, Bebo, and
thank you.
The package that you are. So pleasure, honor, and thank you so much for this session at NDTV World Summit.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
घोषणा
आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. You know, we have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum.
Hello and welcome to watching Left, Right and Centre, the weekend edition. And well, coming up on the show, the big pollution debate, something that we've focused on NDTV for years now. But politics sinks lower as pollution continues to spike. Netas continue to bicker as the capital chokes. Where does the buck stop? We look to fix accountability on the show this evening. First, a quick look at the headlines this hour. Delhi chokes, but Netas make pollution a pole plank. Pollution spikes further, but politics sinks lower. The Delhi BJP chief goes to the hospital after a dip in the toxic Yamuna. He says the cleanliness of Yamuna is more important than my health. Prime Minister Modi to lead the BJP's Maha Carpet Bomb campaign. This as the BJP fields 22 candidates in the second Maharashtra list. Meanwhile, consensus in the Maha Vikas Aghadi, this as a final list, is set to be out soon. The government warns social media platforms on the hoax bomb threats. The government says the onus is on social media. They must exercise due diligence and act to remove misinformation. Israel says it has avenged Iran's October 1 attack, but Iran says there's limited damage from the Israeli strikes. Meanwhile, India calls for de-escalation in West Asia. India's test fortress stands breached. New Zealand win by 113 runs in Pune. India lose the first home series since 2012.
Been a tough series. New Zealand, the physical effort has to be commended. Literally
Our lead story on Left, Right and Centre this weekend. Well, the Maharashtra political battle, there seems to be consensus in both the Mahayuti as well as the Mahavikas Aghadi. Of course, this has come after a lot of back and forth between alliance partners. But the BJP has now released its list of candidates. This is the second list that the BJP has released. Of course, it was in the first list that all the heavyweights were fielded, including Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. As far as the second list is concerned, it has some crucial constituencies like Akola West, some of the contentious seats also in the second list of the BJP. Now remember, the BJP has also released its list of star campaigners. Prime Minister Modi and all the top union ministers will be leading the BJP's charge. This is how the BJP has always approached state assembly elections, with this sort of carpet bomb campaign, rolling out all the big guns. But what's happening in the opposition camp? Well, the MVA is set to name all its candidates today. There seems to be consensus on the contentious seats as well, including those in Vidarbha and also the contentious Mumbai seats like Versova and Bandra. In fact, Anuj Rayate is now joining us live on the broadcast. So Anuj, after a lot of back and forth, there seems to be consensus as far as the MVA and the Mahayuti are concerned. When is the Mahavikas Aghadi expected to release its final seat sharing agreement? What are you picking up from your sources?
Pointers to kind of highlight from whatever happened today. Firstly, we saw that Balasaheb Thorat was he was on a spree of meeting his Mahavikas Aghadi alliance partners. In the afternoon, he had a meeting with Uddhav Thackeray, the UBT Sena chief, and then in the evening he met Mr. Sharad Pawar from Sharad Pawar faction of NCP. And it becomes interesting because while they might be putting out list at regular intervals, but it still suggests that there seems to be some sort of an issue when it comes to a few seats. But what one can spot from today's list is that there were a bunch of seats which were contentious in this entire process, 12 or 15 of them in Vidarbha and 3 to 5 of them in Mumbai. Now, looking at the lists, what we can decipher is that while the Congress has tried to keep its grip close or very strong as far as Vidarbha is concerned, the crucial South Nagpur. And they've given a bit of flexibility to Shiv Sena when it comes to Mumbai, which is why we see Bandra East or place like Versova, which is considered to be a strong place for Congress party, being sacrificed by them. On the other hand, we see the Bharatiya Janata Party, releasing their list now, and that takes their tally to above 120. Their tally now is at 121, and they'll be looking to finish at close to 154 to 55. And the last 30 seats that are remaining from the Bharatiya Janata Party become very crucial. At the same time, we see that not much of activity took place as far as Ajit Pawar faction or Shinde Sena faction is concerned throughout the day. We see that a lot of meetings and long meetings were held at Varsha. And as far as NCP goes, we are learning that there are 13 to 14 seats where they are conducting surveys on ground at the very hyper-local level to kind of get the sense of which candidate to field. And they're also dealing with the intra-alliance problems as well. So we're seeing that things do not look as smooth as they would have looked ideally, and this applies to both, that is Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi.
Absolutely, Anuj, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. But moving now to the big international headline, well, the West Asia war is only expanding. It's now a multi-front regional conflict, and Israel says it has avenged Iran's October 1 attack. Iran, of course, says that the damage from the latest Israeli strikes was limited, that India has called for de-escalation. Remember, the Prime Minister has also said that there will be no solutions that will be found in the battlefield and that this is not an era of war. Take a look. A fresh wave of explosions echoed across Iran's capital early Saturday morning as Israel targeted military sites in Iran, claiming retaliation for the barrage of ballistic missiles the Islamic Republic fired upon Israel earlier this month.
In response to months of continuous attacks from the regime in Iran against the State of Israel, right now, the Israel Defense Forces is conducting precise strikes on military targets in Iran.
This marks the first time Israel's military has openly attacked Iran since its war with Iraq in the 1980s. In a series of strikes, Israel launched 3 waves of attacks against military targets in Iran. The first wave targeted Iran's defense system, and the second and the third waves followed swiftly, homing in on missile and drone bases. Meanwhile, Iran downplayed the impact of the attack and said its air defenses had successfully countered the attack. However, 2 soldiers have been killed and there was damage in some locations.
با وجود هشدارهای قبلی مسئولین جمهوری اسلامی به رژیم جنایتکار و غیرقانونی صهیونیستی مبنی بر پرهیز از هر گونه اقدام ماجراجویانه، این رژیم جعلی بامداد امروز در اقدامی تنش‌زا نقاطی از مراکز نظامی در استانهای تهران، خوزستان و ایلام را مورد هجوم قرار داده که ضمن رهگیری و مقابله موفق توسط سامانه یکپارچه پدافند هوایی کشور با این اقدام تجاوزکارانه آسیب‌های محدودی به برخی از نقاط وارد شده که ابعاد این حادثه در دست بررسی است.
United States officials have indicated that Israel notified them in advance of the strikes, but the US was not involved in the operation. US and the UK, the 2 allies of Israel, have urged Iran not to launch a retaliation against Israel.
I'm equally clear that we need to avoid further regional escalation and urge all sides to show restraint. Iran should not respond.
Tehran's foreign ministry said Iran was entitled and obligated to defend itself, but added that it recognizes the responsibilities towards regional peace and security. As the first round of attacks from both Israel and Iran comes to an end, international leaders are urging both parties to not escalate it further and stop the cycle of retaliation. With Mohammad Ghazali, Bureau Report, NDTV. This, of course, as India has reiterated its point that this is not an era of war and there needs to be immediate de-escalation. India has called for dialogue and diplomacy as the only way forward as far as West Asia is concerned. But moving now to what has been our big focus on NDTV, not just this year, but for the past decade. Delhi's pollution problem. Well, 10 years of discussing the killer air pollution and water pollution, and no lessons have been learned by the government. This year as well, like every year, pre-Diwali, Delhi's AQI has spiked to very poor levels, even severe levels in parts of the national capital. This essentially means that breath by breath, this pollution is killing you. The PM 2.5 levels are almost at an emergency situation, given the fact that pre-Diwali air right now in Delhi is almost like breathing 12 to 14 cigarettes a day. Our kids' lives are at risk. These micropollutants can penetrate your lungs, cause long-term chronic respiratory illnesses and even cancer. That's how serious the situation is. And it's not just the toxins in the air, but also filth in the waters, the Yamuna, which is a lifeline of Delhi. As this killer air pollution spikes further, Delhi's politicians continue to bicker. Absolutely shameful political bickering from both the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. The emergency measures have failed the national capital yet again. Who is to be held responsible? Where does the buck really stop? Joining me on the show this evening, Professor Anjal Prakash, water and climate expert, also Associate Professor, Indian School of Business. Also with me, Bharti Chaturvedi, environmentalist, founder and director, Chintan Environmental Research and Action Group. Anuja Kapoor of the BJP is with us, Anmol Pawar of the Aam Aadmi Party. Anmol Pawar, let me go across to you. I want to steer clear of the political drama because I don't think you guys realize how serious the situation is, but this political bickering is absolutely shameful, and that's something that I do want to say at the very outset. But in 2015, Anmol Pawar, Arvind Kejriwal had made a grand promise that Yamuna will be revived. Many deadlines were set. Cut to 2024, months short of the 2025 deadline, Yamuna continues to be toxic. How do you explain this to the people of Delhi?
Vedanji, it's not just about River Yamuna, it's about the overall pollution levels, whether it's air pollution or water pollution. Delhi government has worked in last 10 years. We have made every possible effort to reduce air pollution, and that is why in Delhi, the pollution levels are down by more than 35%.
Anmol, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there because two corrections. A, the pollution levels that have gone down that I'm talking about is PM10. That is not the hazardous micropollutant that we're dealing with. We're dealing with PM2.5, the cancer-causing micropollutant that has not gone down. So your claim that pollution levels have gone down is a false claim. And number two, you've been saying that the Aam Aadmi Party is working, for the past 10 years. These are all emergency measures. They do not target pollution at the source level. But go ahead.
Is providing 24/7 electricity and reduction of diesel generator an emergency measure, which the people are benefiting from for last 10 years? Is switching to electric vehicle policy emergency measure? It's an emergency measure. Is introducing a tree transplantation policy, is it an emergency measure? The Delhi government has planted more than 2 crores trees. And as far as pollution from Punjab is concerned, it's not just our data, it's the central agency data, which says that stubble burning has reduced by more than 50%. While on the other hand, the adjoining states, the neighboring states, recently the Honorable Supreme Court also said that the neighboring states of Madhya Pradesh, of Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, they contribute to more than 30% of present pollution levels in Delhi. More than 4,000 incidents of stubble burning have been reported in just last 10 days. And in Haryana, the pollution has increased by more than 1.5 times. And let me be very specific. The Bharatiya Janata Party, and it's not about political bickering, I'm placing the facts before you. The Bharatiya Janata Party has orchestrated a conspiracy to suffocate the people of Delhi.
Let's not get
why
into
I am
that.
saying
Anmol,
this?
I don't want
Why
this
I am
debate to
saying
become
this?
that. Sorry, I will not allow that political bickering.
I just
It's a very
defend
serious issue. I will not allow this. Please answer my question on Yamuna. Please answer my question on Yamuna.
As far as Yamuna is concerned, it's the BJP-led Haryana and Uttar Pradesh government which releases more than 200 mgd of untreated waste and industrial effluents and detergents. That is the reason why this foam we are seeing on the screen. And it's 155 mgd from Haryana side from Najafgarh drain and 55 mgd from Uttar Pradesh side from Shahadra drain. But still we are working. See, Vedant, I agree that we must consider the plight of the citizens. That is why Delhi government is working tirelessly to tackle this pollution. There's a difference. The difference in approach. The difference in approach of.
I take your point, Anmol. Anuja Kapoor, the larger point Anmol is making here is that there has to be a sort of a coordinated effort between the state and the center in tackling a problem as mammoth as Delhi pollution. But, this kind of theatrics that we see year after year, nobody is benefiting from it. I mean, we have to come together and talk about round the year attention to pollution and some sort of a coordinated effort in targeting emissions, in targeting pollution at the source level, whether it's industrial pollution or vehicular pollution. This bickering and this sort of theatrics is not going to benefit anyone.
Dear Shri Ramadant, I think who is bickering and who is not coordinating is Aam Aadmi Party, which you have seen very clearly. Whenever you talk to them, they will just start doing blah, blah, blah about their Aam Aadmi portal, which has already been a greater failure in whole of India. When we talk about Bhajpa is the one who has not only on ground has been working on the issues related to the farmers, but also related to the pollution. Our union minister has also been talking about it and has taken the meeting also with the Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, and Punjab.
No, but
where
the point here is that farmers have not been incentivized enough by the center. That's one point that keeps coming up again and again, that while we punish farmers and we sort of arrest them, etc., fact is they do not have access to alternative crops, they do not have access to balers, seeders. You've not incentivized farmers enough. That's the charge against the center, because you brought up farmers.
I would just say that the center here, you have seen how Modi ji has come back. If the farmers would not have been happy enough, and their metric ton of the stubble has not been picked up. And the farmers, they are talking about, you look into Haryana, we are back. So I am just saying that it's only the Aam Aadmi Party who's trying to pass the buck.
Okay.
In the meeting where it was being taken by the Union Minister, and the inter-ministerial meeting has been taken up by the Union Minister, has also talked about where the Haryana has spoken that rupees 1,000 per acre for management of crop residue was being given. Additional rupees 500 metric ton was given into the clusters which has been identified by the Indian Oil Corporation Limited for 2G ethanol plant at Panipat. That is also the
Yes.
bio.
So you're right there, but this has been the case for many years. This has been the case for many years.
No,
the fact here is that we
Vedant,
need to talk about larger things like crop diversification and incentivize farmers to switch to alternative crops. I'm very tight on time, so let me get more other panelists as well.
Can I respond?
Professor Anjal Prakash on the screen.
Vedant, can I respond?
I'm very tight on time. Professor Anjal Prakash, when we look at the pollution problem, the fact here is that it needs round-the-year attention. Emergency measures will not bring down pollution levels. To clean up a city like Delhi, you need round-the-year attention. And specifically talking about the Yamuna, we have so many sewage treatment plants, but the fact is that most of them need disinfection. Most of them are virtually redundant and futile, given the fact that they're not able to clean up the river. So we have failed in cleaning up the air and the waters. This needs round-the-year attention.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no two word about it. See, this is the failure of cleaning the river Yamuna is actually a governance failure, and definitely the government of the day must have to be taking responsibility of the issue that is at bay at this moment, right? We are looking at the data. Over 6,800 crore has been spent in last 5 years in just cleaning the river Yamuna. Last year, actually, Delhi Jal Board has received 1,200 crores from the different scheme that we have. And where is the accountability, right? Let me just focus on 5 points that is needed. And I know I'm not getting into the political bickering here. Absolutely. because this is I always get deja vu, because if this is the 5th year in the row that I'm in the panel with you, Admi and the BJP representative in NDTV itself. So I don't see a kind of way forward. Let me just put forward the point that we have. The first is about industrial pollution. The river Yamuna suffers from significant industrial discharge. Factories along the bank actually release untreated and inadequately treated industrial waste directly into the river. That has to be curbed. That's number one. The second is about domestic sewerage. A major factor in Yamuna's pollution is actual discharge of untreated and partially treated domestic sewage. Rapid urbanization across, not only here, but across the Northwest India, and inadequate sewage infrastructure. That's second. Third is about encroachment and the urban development that has happened. Fourth, about inadequate waste management. Fifth is about the lack of effective policy implementation. And that is a point that we are also focusing, that this is the time, and not only this time, but this last 5 years we've been discussing that the political leadership has to get together. And this is not only the problem in Delhi is not about problem of Delhi alone. It is all across the 4-5 states that has to come together. Absolutely. And that is what I see, that they have to come over their political differences and then serve the people.
And what you spoke about policy, I think that's extremely important as well. Bharti Chaturvedi, the last word to you. Do you see that there is a complete lack of understanding in terms of how to tackle the pollution problem? Because year after year it's the same thing. At the policy level, we don't seem to understand how to tackle pollutions. Fantastical measures like smog towers, smog guns, they bear no fruit. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think we're trying to use technology to solve a problem which is completely different. I mean, we're blaming farmers, but actually in Delhi, a lot of our pollution is of our own doing. I mean, we don't have, even now, despite additional buses, we don't have enough buses. We don't have reliable, safe public transport. And as far as the Yamuna goes, I particularly want to say that, we have to rethink even sewage. It has to be far more decentralized. You can't just put these big plants. Yes. There's no land. And we really have to rethink how we deploy tech and how we embed societal norms. For example, why would you not have sewage treatment in Dwarka? Instead, you're taking all that land and real estatizing it and putting in huge complexes, commercial complexes.
Yes.
Where's their sewage going to go? So you have to rethink the way that we're developing, both in terms of sewage, and of course, people need living. So they are going to go on and on doing things like, produce jeans and put all that detergent in that process, very, very water-intensive process in the Yamuna. And we are going to see froth all the time. So we
that's
really
an
have to
important
find
point, Bharti, you're making, that
incentives.
there needs to be some sort of a rethink, an overhaul in terms of our pollution policy there, because this is not what our kids deserve. This is not what Delhi deserves. This is not what North India deserves. I'm afraid I'm completely running out of time. Thanks all very much.
Just
for
one
being with us,
point.
on the show. I'm completely out of time, but this is something that we will continue to focus on NDTV as the pollution season sets in. That's all the time that we have on the show. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
His Excellency has actually been a civil servant. He is one of the few first civil servants in the Bhutanese society who crossed over to the political side, had a very successful run, has been the Prime Minister of the country before as well. And this is his second stint as the Prime Minister of Bhutan. Prime Minister, you have a very interesting educational background too. You have studied at Pittsburgh, 4 years at Pittsburgh, and then you have a master's from Harvard. A thought came to my mind that how have you used that education, that American exposure, that education at your very young age to help transform the society here or add value to the society here in this country, in Bhutan and otherwise?
Thank you, Nikunji. Delighted to be here. And I want to congratulate you and your entire NDTV team for putting together the World Summit. And congratulations on the inaugural summit. Who better than Prime Minister Modi to launch the summit? I am honored also and humbled, deeply humbled, to be included in your inaugural summit. I can see the summit grow from strength to strength. God knows the world needs NDTV and the World Summit.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
The question you asked about how did the University of Pittsburgh, then the University of Harvard, where I spent a year, how did they mold me to serve my country? Fair question. But the better question would be, how did India mold me to serve my country? I'll tell you a secret. In fact, my Bhutanese colleagues here also don't know. I was born in India.
That's a secret you didn't share with many.
1965, I was born in Kalimpong. My father was serving in Kalimpong, but my parents were serving because I was born there, right? And what molded me to serve my king, my country, and my people would have been not necessarily Pittsburgh and Harvard, but Dr. Graham's homes in Kalimpong, in West Bengal. I studied 11 years in India. And you ask me how 4 years in America has molded me. You should be asking how.
Well, that's a secret you are revealing now, Prime Minister.
No. Okay, fair. I'm not a celebrity, so you wouldn't know where I studied. But the fact of the matter is my formative years, not just my birth, but my formative years was in India. From kindergarten school, from baby class till class 10, I studied in India, as indeed many other Bhutanese studied in India those days because we did not have enough schools in Bhutan. But when we did establish schools, we did not have enough teachers, and those teachers came from India. And so we grew up under the tutelage, under the guardianship, and in my case, especially so because it was a boarding school, almost under the parentage of Indian teachers. And I do believe they have taught us well because we have been able to go back home and serve our king, our country, and our people, and continue to do so.
Prime Minister, you also talked about the Indian tutelage and you talked about the summit. So the topic of the summit is India Century. And how do you think, going forward from here, Prime Minister Modi's historic third innings, how do you think, we take off from here and how do we shape or influence the events that are happening world over? Not only as our own footprint of India's century, but as the Prime Minister said, that world's progressive, peaceful century.
The world needs India. And I'm very happy that you've identified this century as India's century. You asked me about Prime Minister Modi and his historic third term. Why do you call it India's century? For many reasons. India has the largest population now in the world, 1.45 billion. It's growing. It's projected to reach something like 1.6 billion.
That's right.
India has a booming economy. It's crossed $3 trillion US. It should have crossed $5 trillion US had it not been for COVID. India has the biggest consumer base. India has almost 35 million successful people in the diaspora throughout the world, particularly in the advanced countries. By every measure, yes, this is India's century. But by one measure, you stand out, and that is leadership. India's leadership. And trust in that leadership. Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership. You choose the team, the India century, because of Prime Minister Modi's third term, historic win. Now you know that the last 10 years, the previous 2 terms, will be leveraged as a springboard to take India forward into her century. But the rest of the world too. The global South looks to India for leadership, trusts in India's leadership. As a matter of fact, if there's anybody, any country that can sort out today's problems, it is India. Economic problems. The world looks to India as a market. The COVID pandemic, the world looked to India for vaccines and medicine. Even Russia and Ukraine. If there's any person who can sort it out, I do believe it is Prime Minister Modi. And therefore, India's century. And the main ingredient of your team, I do believe, is leadership across the board, including your diaspora, but especially that of Prime Minister Modi.
And when you talk about the leadership of the Prime Minister, and Prime Minister, of course, has very assiduously championed the causes of Global South on various multilateral platforms, and he has been trying to build that consensus. The world, in a way, also looks towards India to solve some of the very vexed issues right now, some of the vexed issues like wars that the world is facing. You think that India can bring in its diplomatic, cultural heft into play to find solutions to them?
Like I mentioned, the Global South looks to India's leadership because they trust India's leadership. I mentioned about geopolitics and problems the world is facing, particularly in terms of war, and the effect that has throughout the world. If any country can sort it out, it is India. If any person that can sort out the problems between Russia and Ukraine, it is Prime Minister Modi. So whether it is economic growth, medicine, the world's production house, IT, PM Modi mentioned double AI this morning. Aspirational India, artificial intelligence, even climate change. India is exercising leadership. being a role model for the world. 1.5 billion people in a growing economy. You need energy to fuel that growth. There is going to be pollution. But India is also not shirking her responsibility to fight climate change. Prime Minister Modi has launched a solar alliance that shows his emphasis for renewable energy, not just in India, but getting like-minded countries throughout the world to join an alliance to produce renewable energy. And we are a part of that alliance. So yes, even with climate change.
Now, coming back to your home turf, you have just now recently launched the Global Happiness Index 2. How does it differ from the Global Happiness Index 1? And what does this gross happiness index actually mean for people?
So very quickly, gross national happiness is a development philosophy. And it was a development philosophy that was envisioned by His Majesty the Fourth King. It is a development philosophy that emphasizes the happiness and well-being of our people as the core purpose for growth. And so gross national happiness recognizes that economic growth is important. There's no doubt about that. But that economic growth must be balanced with social progress, with environmental sustainability, cultural preservation, and good governance. So that is gross national happiness. Even today, many economists, public service leaders, scholars, they are fascinated by the idea. Even today, they feel that it is relevant to them. And so we have measured gross national happiness. That is the GNH index.
Yes.
So over every 5 years, we measure it. And the purpose is not to measure the happiness of the people. It is to measure the gross national happiness of the country. GNH situation of the country as measured by what people perceive, how people perceive it to be. So we have 9 domains that we measure. Health, education, living standard, environment, governance, then time use, psychological well-being, culture, community. These 9 domains are measured. They're divided into 33 variables, subdivided into 150 questions, and that questionnaire is rolled out in the survey every 5 years. You can imagine how difficult it is to collect the material, analyze the material, and then we come up with an index. For instance, 0.756. So every 5 years, that index has been increasing slightly, indicating that the gross national happiness of the country is increasing slightly. A good trend. But that does not mean that we are the happiest people in the world. You mentioned that something about me being happy, and yes, I am happy, and I'm happy to be here and among friends, and so you see me smile a lot, but we do have our challenges. And we are fortunate to have enlightened kings who have given us a balance between sustainable and equitable economic growth and everything else that matters in life. So what is GNH 2.0 you mentioned?
Yes.
So GNH is a development philosophy that we continue to implement. We strive to optimize the conditions of gross national happiness. GNH 2.0 is something that I thought of as taking GNH to the next level on 2 fronts. One is economic growth, and the other is urban living. And together, GNH 2.0 is basically an articulation, my description of His Majesty the King's royal vision, which is the Gelufu Mindfulness City. The Gelufu Mindfulness City?
Yes, that's another issue that I wanted to talk to you about, the Gainfulness Mindness, which the King has recently launched.
Not an issue. You want to learn more about the Gelufu Mindfulness City, because I say not an issue because you will benefit from the Gelufu Mindfulness City as much as I will. The Gelufu Mindfulness City is a special administrative region which will have independence in government, in lawmaking, and judiciary independence. The Gelufu Mindfulness City is going to be a city. We call it a city, but it's going to be spread over 2,500 odd square kilometers. It has 2 protected areas, a national park and a wildlife sanctuary. It has rivers that can generate 4,000, 5,000 megawatts of renewable energy. It has forests, it has biological corridors, it's teeming with wildlife. It has paddy fields, it has an old little town. So that whole area is being developed and envisioned by His Majesty the King to provide for our next generation, to take gross national happiness to the next level, where people can live in harmony with other people from all over the world. But also, all these people will live in harmony with our nature and with our biodiversity. This is gross national happiness 2.0. I say it'll benefit you and all of India as much as it'll benefit me and all of Bhutan, because this city has been purposely placed on the border with India, along the border with India, Assam to be precise. I had reported to His Majesty the King almost a year ago, Your Majesty, why in Gelifu? It's beautiful. The land is pristine. It's a biological hotspot. There's potential for renewable energy. But why Gelifu? Why not in Thimphu? Why not in Paro? Why not in Pumtang? For those of you who have been to Bhutan, these places already have airports. Paro already has an international airport. Paro has the iconic Taksang, where tourists all over the world converge to visit. Paro has zongs and monasteries and culture and traditional way of life. It has everything. And His Majesty's answer was one word to me: India. Of course, I didn't understand it. And then His Majesty said, our future is linked with India. If we establish the special administrative zone anywhere else, it may succeed. It may find it challenging, we may find it challenging, but if we locate it along the border with India, the concept alone will drive its success, because our future is intrinsically linked with India. And then I understood that the Gelifu Mindfulness City is not about Bhutan. It is about India and Bhutan.
India and Bhutan.
And we have received the support of India's leadership, especially Prime Minister Modi. We received the support of Indian investors. A lot of them are interested. And of course, the Bhutanese, we are very excited to see this project to fruition.
Prime Minister, I'll come back to this issue of the development partnership. India, of course, and Bhutanese have always considered us as the largest, the biggest developmental partner. So one is this mindfulness city project that you have now said that it is linked to India intrinsically, as you describe it. What are the other key developmental areas where India and Bhutan are now working together to take this developmental partnership to the next level?
What you call development partnership, I call friendship. We have many development partners, many countries, many multilateral agencies. We have one main friend. India has been with us. The mindfulness city is one area that we are already working very closely with India. I can see us working even more closely with India. But other areas are our 13th five-year plan. For the 13th five-year plan, the government of India is giving us an assistance package of 8,500 crore rupees. Extremely generous. Almost double that of what we received in the 12th five-year plan. This is going to finance much needed infrastructure, roads, bridges, schools, hospitals, IT, and the like. In addition to that, the Indian government has rolled out an economic stimulus program, Well, you talk of development partnership, what I call friendship.
Yes.
Yeah. So you think of this friendship.
Friendship is a better word.
When I visited India after our elections, I told the Indian leadership, and in particular, I told my brother,
yes,
Prime Minister Modi, I said, our economy is not growing after the COVID. So we put together an economic stimulus program. And he said, how much? I said, our entire economic stimulus program is 1,500 crores. And he's given us the whole package. That's what friendship is about. And so that's the other partnership, what you mentioned. The 12th five-year plan, in addition to the Gelifu Mindfulness City, the 12th five-year plan, the economic stimulus program, and then even bigger than that is our partnership in the area of renewable energy. We have about 30,000 megawatts, 30 gigawatts of hydroelectric potential. Of that, we've already tapped about 2,500 megawatts. Literally all of them with partnership with India, in partnership with India. This year, we're going to inaugurate another 1,020 megawatts, again in partnership with India. In the next 5 years, we're looking forward to launching almost 2,000 megawatts of new projects, all with the partnership of India. And then going forward, we have many more projects in the pipeline, in partnership with the government of India, but also now in partnership with the private sector of India, which leads me to the next area of partnership, which is partnership between people to people, business to business, and our partnership with the Indian business sector. The final partnership area, you can't call it final, but final big important partnership area is climate change. So from Solar Alliance to protecting our forests and biodiversity, to even looking after the big cats, an alliance of big cats, we work closely with the government of India.
And Prime Minister, when you talk of the people-to-people alliance, for any relationship to blossom, flourish, that is probably the most important alliance that finally should take it to the level that a relationship needs to achieve.
Yes, I agree.
And you think that there's enough people-to-people contact, or there is scope for further bolstering that?
Well, we enjoy some of the best people-to-people contact. Like I said, I was born in India. I spent my first 11 years studying in India. And I've been to India many times. And I am not an outlier. There are many Bhutanese, especially even those among my friends who have joined me in Delhi today, who studied in India, who grew up in India, who have many friends in India. When we travel across Bhutan, we don't hesitate to visit neighboring India, the neighboring towns. We don't hesitate to do a little bit of shopping there. So my wife right now is building our home. And she spends half her time in Siliguri, in West Bengal, because that's where she buys most of her stuff from.
Shopping.
Yes.
Shopping.
And truth be told, she does not really have to go there too often, because she telephones her friends in Siliguri, and her friends are the shopkeepers, and they send up the stuff. So you talk of people-to-people contact. I mean, it is very, very strong.
And
India is a country of 140 crores. Can't expect every Indian to know about Bhutan. Bhutan is a country of only 750,000 people. You rest assured, from the days of Lord Buddha, we were aware of India. And we reached out to India, those days for pilgrimage and spirituality. Today, we continue to go on many pilgrimages to India, but also now to see our economy grow.
And my final question to you, Prime Minister, is that, after this, I'm told you are city hopping and, you're going to visit various places. What is it that you have in your mind that you wish to probably focus on, see, watch, the way the city is evolving, the national capital?
Well, I looked out from my room and I see this park. It's like a forest. And every time I see it, I'm amazed that in one of the most congested cities of the world, so-called polluted cities of the world, you see a forest in the center of the city. And I can't get enough of this. The greenery, especially in New Delhi, I enjoy seeing this. But what you are referring to is my bus ride that I'm going to go on immediately after this. We're going to go on a bus that's driven by hydrogen fuel. And I'm really, really excited because this is the new, not just the new future, but the new India, to use renewable fuels to even drive transport. And not just to drive transport, but to be the world's leader in this cutting edge of technology. So I know that when I get on this bus, it's just going to be like any other bus. And therein lies the beauty of it. Because hydrogen fuel, not diesel, not petrol, not even electricity, is driving. Hydrogen is what's driving this bus. And the more ordinary it is, the more amazing I'm going to feel. What's its link to Bhutan? The less pollution there is in India, the less pollution we have to endure. Because most of our air, in fact, all of it, comes through India, from the Indian subcontinent into Bhutan. And yes, we do bear the brunt of not just climate change, but also of pollution. And I am in a hurry to see India become an advanced nation. I am in a hurry for many reasons, not least of which is because you are my friends, but also because when you become advanced, automatically the air pollution is going to drop and we will enjoy even cleaner air. And so the bus ride is going to be highly symbolic for me on that front, but equally important, we hope to be able to manufacture green, renewable hydrogen for India using our hydropower energy, using green electricity from our hydropower. So no matter how you look at it, this may be India's century, but you can't avoid us. We are in it together.
We are in this ride together. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for sparing the time. And again, thanks a lot from the millions of NDTV viewers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बनी।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more.
Military and diplomacy worked in equal parts. We stood our ground, says Jaishankar, on the big India-China border breakthrough. Well, Jaishankar also says the military battled unimaginable conditions along the line of actual control. Prime Minister Modi to lead the BJP's Maha Carpet Bomb campaign. This is the BJP fields 22 candidates in the second Maharashtra list. Meanwhile, consensus also in the Mahavikas Aghadi, the final list of seat sharing to be out soon. Pollution spikes, but politics peaks as well. Delhi chokes and netas make pollution a political plank. Well, pollution spikes further and politics sinks slower. The Delhi BJP chief goes to hospital. He says Yamuna's cleanliness is more important than my health. The government warns social media platforms on hoax bomb threats. The government says the onus is on social media platforms to eliminate misinformation. Israel says it has avenged Iran's October 1 attack. Iran says, meanwhile, there was limited damage from Israeli strikes. India calls for de-escalation in the West Asia. Israeli ambassador to NDTV, he says that we want peace in the region and de-escalation is the only way forward. India's test fortress stands breach. New Zealand win by 113 runs in Pune. India lose the first home series since 2012.
One of the most remarkable achievements.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story, well, S. Jaishankar, our External Affairs Minister, has made an important remark on the India-China de-escalation. Remember, de-escalation will be complete by the end of this month. And S. Jaishankar has said that, well, our military battled unimaginable conditions along the line of actual control, which is why we stood our ground. He also said that military and diplomacy worked in equal parts as far as this big India-China diplomatic breakthrough is concerned. Listen to what the External Affairs Minister had to say.
If today we have reached where we have, there are two reasons for it. One, a very determined effort on our part to stand our ground and make our point. And, this would only happen because the military, was there in very, very, unimaginable conditions to defend the country. And the military did its part and diplomacy did its part. And the second is because actually in the last decade, we have also improved our infrastructure.
Meanwhile, looking at some political news now, well, in Maharashtra, the political battle is only heating up. There seems to be some consensus as far as the Mahavikas Aghadi is concerned on those 20 contentious seats, including the ones in Vidarbha and some of the Mumbai seats as well, like Bandra and Versova. The MVA is set to release its final list very, very soon, perhaps in the next couple of hours. Given the fact that the UBT Sena as well as the Congress have come out with fresh lists as well, and there seems to be consensus on the seats in contention. Moving now to, what's happening as far as, the BJP is concerned. The BJP has released its second list of candidates. 22 candidates are part of this crucial list. Remember, important constituencies like Akola West are also part of this list. Remember, the BJP has gotten lion's share as far as the Mahayuti seat sharing agreement is concerned, followed by the Shinde Sena. And the BJP has also released its list of star campaigners. It's, of course, the Prime Minister who will be leading the BJP's charge, followed, of course, by top union ministers and the BJP chief ministers as well. My colleague Anuj has the wrap of all that has happened today, from back-to-back meetings to, of course, negotiations as well.
Pointers to kind of highlight from whatever happened today. Firstly, we saw that Balasaheb Thorat was on a spree of meeting his Mahavikas Aghadi alliance partners. In the afternoon, he had a meeting with Uddhav Thackeray, the UBT Sena chief, and then in the evening he met Mr. Sharad Pawar from Sharad Pawar faction of NCP. And it becomes interesting because while they might be putting out lists at regular intervals, but it still suggests that there seems to be some sort of an issue when it comes to a few seats. But what one can spot from today's list is that, there were a bunch of seats which were contentious in this entire process, 12 or 15 of them in Vidarbha and 3 to 5 of them in Mumbai. Now, looking at the lists, what we can decipher is that while the Congress has tried to keep its grip close or very strong as far as Vidarbha is concerned, they got the crucial South Nagpur seat, and they've given a bit of flexibility to Shiv Sena when it comes to Mumbai, which is why we see Bandra East or place like Versova, which is considered to be a strong place for Congress party, being sacrificed by them. On the other hand, we see the Bharatiya Janata Party, releasing their list now, and that takes their tally to above 120. Their tally now is at 121, and they'll be looking to finish at close to 154 to 55. And the last 30 seats that are remaining from the Bharatiya Janata Party become very crucial. At the same time, we see that not much of activity took place as far as Ajit Pawar faction or Shinde Sena faction is concerned throughout the day. We see that a lot of meetings and long meetings were held at Varsha. And as far as NCP goes, we are learning that there are 13 to 14 seats where they are conducting surveys on ground at the very hyper-local level to kind of get the sense of which candidate to field. And they're also dealing with the intra-alliance problems as well. So we're seeing that things do not look as smooth as they would have looked ideally, and this applies to both, that is Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi.
Meanwhile, moving now to the situation in the national capital. Toxins in the air and filth in the waters. The Delhi pollution situation has only worsened in the past couple of days. The air quality continues to be very poor for the 7th straight day. In fact, the toxic micropollutant is in levels which is almost 14 times the safe limit set by the World Health Organizations. But netas continue to bicker. Take a look.
As air quality spikes further, politics in Delhi sinks lower. Breathing this air is equivalent to smoking 12-14 cigarettes a day. With air turning deadly and waters filthy, politics in the poll-bound capital has become even more toxic. This is the Delhi BJP chief in the hospital. 48 hours after he took a dip in the Yamuna, the capital's lifeline, now submerged in toxic froth. These are the deadly Yamuna Ghats, where lakhs of devotees are expected to gather to take the holy Chhat dip days after Diwali. But Delhi's netas have reduced the killer pollution, a medical emergency, into a mere political plank ahead of assembly elections next year.
Tests are being conducted, and clearly it shows that the water in Yamuna Ji is in such a disastrous state that clearly it raised such health concerns for the state president Shri Virendra Sachdeva ji. आप भी जानते हैं कि छठ का महापर्व आ रहा है, लेकिन ऐसा लगता है कि भाजपाइयों की एक डुबकी से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार डूबने लगी है, डोलने लगी है. The BJP government, when it gets sworn in after the March 2025 elections, we have sworn that we are going to constitute a Yamuna Cleanliness Tribunal to ensure that finally Yamuna Ji is rid of all the pollutants.
यमुना को साफ करने के लिए केजरीवाल जी को उन्होंने जेल में तो नहीं डाला था. पूरी सरकार को 1 साल से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ठप किया. रिमोट कंट्रोल से भाजपा सरकार चला रही थी. सारा पावर एलजी साहब को दिया इन्होंने. मुख्यमंत्री को जेल में डाल दिया. ये नौटंकी नहीं तो और क्या है? काम करने नहीं देते हो और उसके बाद जाकर के आप नौटंकी करते हो. विरोध करने के भी बहुत सारे तरीके हैं. नौटंकियों से केवल विरोध नहीं होता.
Back in 2015, ex-Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal made a grand promise to revive the Yamuna within 5 years. Fast forward to 2021 status quo. As Kejriwal unveils a 6-point action plan to clean up the river by 2025. But with less than 5 months before his February 2025 deadline, the Yamuna remains as toxic. Over 3.5 billion litres of untreated sewage flow into the Yamuna each day. Despite Delhi's 35 sewage treatment plants, a staggering 75% lack basic disinfection, allowing harmful bacteria and pollutants to poison the river. Now, with the Delhi Assembly elections approaching in February 2025, Yamuna pollution has yet again become a political tool. While BJP accuses Kejriwal of failing his promises, it's Delhi's people and aquatic life that continue to suffer. The real question is, will the Yamuna River be cleaned? Where have the taxpayers' thousands of crores allocated for its cleanup gone? The Chhat Puja approaching, when will Delhi's residents get answers? How long will toxic waters continue to threaten the health of the people? This is Anushka and Shreya for NDTV Delhi.
So, well, no solution and only theatrics. This, of course, as the Delhi BJP chief went to the hospital. In fact, he has now said that Yamuna's cleanliness is more important than my health. Listen in.
दिल्ली के मंत्री गोपाल राय जी ने मेरे स्वास्थ्य की कामना की है. मैं उनका धन्यवाद देता हूं.
लेकिन मैं उनसे कहना चाहता हूं कि मेरे लिए मेरे स्वास्थ्य से ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है यमुना जी की सफाई। और आज जब छठ पर्व सर पर है और जो माताएं बहनें भगवान सूर्यदेव की आराधना करने जाएंगी, अर्घ देने जाएंगी, लेकिन हमारी एक डुबकी ने बता दिया कि आपकी सरकार ने भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त रहकर किस तरह से मां यमुना को गंदा किया है।
So 10 years of killer pollution and no lessons learned. But moving now to the other big political flashpoint here in the national capital, it's the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP ahead of the assembly elections early next year. The Aam Aadmi Party claims that Arvind Kejriwal was attacked by BJP goons, this at a political rally. Now the BJP has rubbished the allegations, saying that it's a rattled Arvind Kejriwal, a rattled Aam Aadmi Party, which is desperate ahead of the assembly elections. Take a look.
हमने देखा कि पिछले कई सालों से अरविंद केजरीवाल एक रटी रटाई स्क्रिप्ट करते हैं कि मुझ पे तो हमला हुआ है, मुझ पे तो जानलेवा जान से मारने की कोशिश की गई है। ये हर बार बोलते हैं, लेकिन असलियत ये है कि दिल्ली की जनता आज बहुत नाराज है। जिस प्रकार से आज लोग गुस्से में हैं, वो गुस्से का इजहार कल जब आप अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब आप रोड शो में गए थे तो लोगों ने आपको काले झंडे दिखाए थे, वहां आपको कब विरोध किया था, लेकिन उसको नाम देना कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के गुंडे ये काम कर रहे हैं, ये रटी राइट स्क्रिप्ट है।
Well, this of course, as the Aam Aadmi Party has hit back, Arvind Kejriwal of course has said that this was nothing but an orchestrated BJP attack.
कल मैं विकासपुरी गया, विकासपुरी में इन्होंने अपने गुंडे भेज के मेरे ऊपर हमला करवाया। मेरे को मारना चाहते हो तुम? अरे हिम्मत है तो सामने चुनाव लड़ो ना। मैंने तुम्हारी 22 राज्यों में सरकार है, मैंने दिल्ली में 500 मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बनाए, तुम 5000 मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बनाओ, तब तो तुम्हारा बड़प्पन है। केजरीवाल को जेल में भेज देंगे, केजरीवाल के मोहल्ला क्लिनिक रोक देंगे, केजरीवाल की दवाइयां रोक देंगे, केजरीवाल के काम रोक देंगे, ये कौन सा बड़प्पन है?
So politics heating up ahead of the big assembly elections early next year. But moving now to some international headlines. Well, the West Asia war is only expanding. This, of course, as it's now turned into a larger regional conflict. India, of course, has reiterated its point that no solutions will be found on the battlefield and that this is not an era of war. India has called for immediate de-escalation, emphasizing that dialogue and diplomacy is the only way forward. But moving now to our big exclusive, well, this of course, as the Israeli ambassador has now said that there needs to be de-escalation. This is perhaps the first time that Israel has called for de-escalation. This of course after that major attack on Iran. Take a look. Israel's ambassador to India, Reuver Azar, is joining us. Ambassador Azar, thank you so much for your time here on NDTV. Iran says
Thank you, Maria, for having me.
Iran says that early morning strikes caused limited damage. But Israel, of course, is claiming that it now has wider freedom to open in skies over Iran. What is the truth here, Ambassador? Because certainly what we are seeing is the usual fog of war play out here.
Well, what Israel did is a very precise strike that took out Iranians' defense systems, air defense systems, and targeted very precisely military installations connected to their missile and drone program, different bases around Iran that were producing missiles and drones. So the signal here is very clear. First of all, Israel will not agree to continue to be attacked by Iran, either directly or indirectly. And the second thing is that Iran now is completely exposed because Israel has the capability, if Iran chooses to continue this escalation, to hit many more targets in Iran.
You know, of course, you're warning that Iran will pay a price if there is second round of escalation. But Ambassador, Iran is prepared to respond to any Israeli aggression, is what Iran's semi-official news agency is reporting. There is no doubt that Israel will face a proportional reaction for any action it takes, is again, that is being quoted as per the sources there. So how does Israel see this possibility of beginning of a new round of escalation?
Well, we are ready for it. We are ready for it because we are completely coordinated with our allies, especially with the United States, that is completely backing our move. It is very clear for any spectator, including your viewers, Maria, that Israel could have done much more to inflict damage on Iran, but it chose to limit its response out of responsibility because we want to stay focused on the aims of this operation that the Israeli cabinet has determined, to completely eradicate the military capabilities of Hamas, to bring back our hostages, and to make sure Hamas doesn't rearm and regroup again. And in the north, we want to bring our communities back to the border areas from which they were evacuated as a result of the attacks from Hezbollah. So we are operating there as well. We have uprooted the military infrastructure that Hezbollah and the Radwan forces have been created there for decades. And we will not agree that Iran will try to intervene in that Iran will attack Israel. And if they continue doing that, Israel will feel free to act in a much more decisive manner.
Given the nature of escalation as has played out in recent weeks, Ambassador, is there a sense that this is a never-ending war with no solution in sight?
Well, from the moment that the Iranian regime has decided that it wants to eradicate the state of Israel, eliminate our country, yes, we are in a conflict that seems that will never end. However, Israel is taking action to defend itself, and we have created a situation for the first time after many years in which Hamas can no longer attack Israel with their missiles, in which the leadership of Hezbollah is eliminated, in which the threats against our communities in the northern border are uprooted. And now it's up to the Iranians to accept the new reality. And if they don't accept the new reality and come to the table to create a more stable situation in our region, they will pay the price of escalation.
So are you saying that all these attacks on military installation is essentially to ensure that Iran comes on the talking table, that there is still a possible route of diplomacy available here?
Well, there's always a route for diplomacy, and Israel, as you remember very well, wasn't the party to start this war. We were aggressively attacked, atrociously attacked by Hamas on the 7th of October, 1 year ago, and we want to restore peace in our region. We are prepared for diplomacy, but this diplomacy has to lay on the foundations of the understanding on the other side that Israel will be relentless. We will not rest until we are sure that assurances for our security are met, and we are going to, of course, maintain the right for self-defense against any aggression in the future.
So if this is self-defense, but okay, let me also give Iranian point of view, which is coming in from their state TV. They are saying that the loud noise or blasts may have been heard because of activation of air defense system. And they were able to prevent the necessary or the extent of damage.
Well, I'm happy that they are downplaying it. Maybe it's a sign that they are not interested in continuing this this aggression. Anybody that knows something about military capabilities knows that the S-300 that the Iranians have are not capable of stopping the F-35s and F-16 of the IDF, are not capable of stopping our pilots from hitting any target in Iran. So they can, of course, continue saying what they want to say, but the situation is very clear, and the message has been conveyed in a very clear way.
All right, Ambassador, thank you for speaking to NDTV. So several important points made by the Israeli ambassador to India, but looking at some sports news now, well, a big upset for the Indian team on the home ground. Well, India's test fortress stands breached. This, of course, as India has lost a crucial test match to New Zealand in Pune, and this is a historic loss indeed, given the fact that this is the first home
one of the
test
most
series
remarkable
lost
achievements.
Been a tough series. New Zealand's out. The
physical
first time
effort
in
has to
12
be
years that
commended.
India has
Literally
lost
bowled
a test
from
match
one end.
on the home turf.
You can see there the two captains. Rohit Sharma is a proud.
And from cricket, moving now to a sport that has really become a trend in India, and that is pickleball. It is certainly extremely popular on social media, and this is a very interesting series as well for pickleball. Various teams taking part in it. It's almost like a pickleball league here, and this has become quite popular on social media, as I said. And the semi-final of this very interesting pickleball league is also expected soon.
Which is the darker blue there.
With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues right here on it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
BJP chief goes to the hospital after dip in toxic camera after motion spikes for politics sinks floor. The BJP fields 22 candidates in the second Maharashtra list. The MBA is expected to come out with its final seat sharing plan. The government on hope thread says the onus is on social media. Platforms must act to remove disinformation. India calls for de-escalation in West Asia. This as Israel says it has avenged Iran's October 1 attack.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very
cappuccinos to go. I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want a touch of love.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting
चीज मिलती हैं तब जाके हमें एक नया गैजेट मिलता है. एंड ये दुनिया हर रोज बदल रही है, हर सेकंड कुछ ना कुछ नया हमको मिल जाता है. तो लेट्स फर्स्ट टेक अ क्लोजर लुक टू अंडरस्टैंड कि आखिर क्या हलचल है इन द फील्ड ऑफ गैजेट्स इन दिस सेगमेंट न्यूज ऑफ द वीक.
Apple has refreshed their iPad mini for 2024 with the A17 Pro SoC, जो हम iPhone 15 Pro models में already देख चुके हैं. It now supports Apple Intelligence and the Apple Pencil Pro as well. iPad mini 7th Gen 4 colors में available है: blue, purple, starlight और space gray. It can be bought for a starting price of Rs 49,990 in India. Samsung has announced the upcoming expansion of 4 new languages for Galaxy AI: Turkish, Dutch, Swedish and Romanian. Galaxy AI अभी 16 languages support करता है and after this update it will have support for 20 languages. ये updates October end से roll out होंगे and the users will be able to download these updates as language packs from the settings app of compatible Galaxy devices. Infinix Zero Flip is the new vertically folding phone from Infinix. इस स्मार्टफोन में आपको 3.64 इंच का AMOLED 120Hz कवर डिस्प्ले मिलता है जो 1100 निट्स तक की ब्राइटनेस ऑफर करता है. Infinix Zero Flip 2 कलर ऑप्शंस में अवेलेबल है: रॉक ब्लैक और ब्लॉसम ग्लो, and the brand is selling it for an introductory price of Rs 44,999 after combining all the offers. Garmin launched its new Phoenix 8 series of premium multi-sport GPS smartwatches in India. इन smartwatches की USP इनकी durability और reliability है. There are 2 models for this smartwatch, one with an AMOLED display and another with a solar charging display. The brand claims that the AMOLED model will offer up to 29 days of battery backup and the solar model will offer up to 48 days of battery backup. इन स्मार्ट वॉचेस का स्टार्टिंग प्राइस Rs 86,990 रखा गया है.
Now friends, the first gadget that I have for this week's episode is this. एक smartphone है of course, and this is the latest coming from Samsung. It is the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Now FE अगर आपको नहीं पता है stands for the Fan Edition. मतलब this is the smartphone which Samsung thinks is suitable for all the Galaxy fans. मतलब यहाँ पे the kind of features it packs काफी आपको एक complete package मिल जाता है because the experience is quite polished. Just like a flagship S24 phone, but थोड़ा उससे नीचे बैठता है the S24 FE. Big screen, dynamic AMOLED 2x screen है in fact, a big battery, Exynos 2400E processor, a properly functional triple cam setup, a metal frame, IP rating. इस फोन में आपको वो सब कुछ मिलता है जो शायद आपको चाहिए होगा. Basically on top Galaxy AI भी है. Let's have a closer look at this Samsung Galaxy S24 FE.
Samsung's Fan Edition smartphone is back for 2024 with the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. When compared to its predecessor, the S23 FE, जो last year launch हुआ था, the S24 FE comes equipped with a slightly larger, brighter display, a bigger battery, new SoC, and the addition of Galaxy AI features जो usually Samsung के flagship smartphones में होते हैं. The S24 FE sports a 6.7-inch FHD Plus AMOLED 2x display with a peak brightness of 1900 nits. ये आता है equipped with a triple rear camera setup जिसमें एक 50 मेगापिक्सल